Okay, and hello, welcome everybody. We are live, and let me see here. We're live on multiple channels, but apparently, I think it says chatting is not available on some of the channels that I'm on. So I do hope that if you tune in, that we are able to communicate. I know on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, we should be good, but on anywhere else, hello and welcome. And let's actually close this out. Okay, so today we're going to be doing a live draw and chat. So welcome everybody. If you've been in this live stream before, particularly on YouTube, you probably have an idea. But we're new to this platform called Kick that I'm working on. I've heard good things about Kick, so we'll see how that goes. And with that, let's go ahead and get started here in a moment. Gonna update some settings as necessary. Let's see here, save those settings. It's quite interesting to be able to hit so many platforms at once. I hope you're all doing fantastic. I think it's summertime. So that means that some of you are probably on vacation or whatever, what have you. But let's see. Let me do some updating here. Updating on our room, our activity. LiveLog Art N Chat. Here we go. And we'll go on to Twitch as well and make this update. So for those of you wondering, I'm not recording. I'm not trying to recording myself on camera. I'm just doing some updates on my phone. So if you were here previously, I finally got through drawing feet. I think I've become known for drawing feet because I spent so many hours doing these feet studies. But now we're finally graduating ourselves. So part of this live stream is part of a series that I'm doing where I go through this book. This is the Charles Bargue Drawing Collection. It's a classical book that taught drawing. And I'm going through it with oil pastel. So that's what we're working on right now. And as I go through this with oil pastels, of course, I spend the time to color it all in and everything to make sure everything looks great. So with that, one thing that we finished recently was working on feet. I drew all these. I guess it was 1, 2, 3, 4, probably like a dozen different feet, and now I'm ready to move on from feet and go into hands. So here's the last little project I did. Of course, these are studies, but working the oil pastels, one reason why I chose to do that rather than just standard drawing is, first of all, I like to try things differently, to do things not always as standard. And second, because as a painter, I love experimenting and pushing different color choices. So oil pastels really gives you an opportunity to experiment with a lot of different colors really quickly. And, you know, there's a lot of fun expressionist art nowadays that pretty much uses oil sticks, which I think are probably just bigger versions. I don't know the exact makeup or composition, but bigger versions of oil pastels. And I see a lot of that art. And it's so fun because it's like drawing, but it's still classy. You know, it feels like you're an art, like a super artist, right? When you're using like oil sticks because they're called oil, even though they're pretty much crayons. I don't like to over glorify oil pastels, but you know, I think the idea that they're oil makes them sound extra fancy, even though it's just like adult crayons. So anyway, with that said, but I guess, like, you know, all painting, whether you're a kid or an adult, doesn't really matter, right? Like, you don't say it's adult painting. I guess, but crayons, like, why do crayons have a stigma? That's, like, I know Pablo Picasso used crayons, but I guess at one level, you know, no one really questions Pablo Picasso. But I guess if you're just starting out, or if you're in mid-career as an artist, crayons might just seem funny. I don't know. I don't mind using crayons. But anyway, let's get started on these hands, shall we? Enough chitter chatter. So here we go. I'm trying to see the best way to approach this because I need extra space. I'm going to need a lot of space. So let's just go like this. And the reason why I have this facing this way, like looking at me as opposed to like top down, is I like to switch up my streams. I like to do streams both vertically here and horizontally. So, you know, depending on what time or what day you come, maybe what time you watch, I may or may not be streaming with my face, or I might just be totally, you know, sharing the artwork. But with that, Melanie Pacheco, hello, welcome. What's going on? This is totally live. I see you. I see you here. So welcome. Hope you're doing fantastic. And this is interactive. This is totally an interactive room. I know there's some streamers that can talk nonstop for like 6, 7, 8 hours as they're playing a video game, and you know they can do that very well. But I do have a bit more trouble doing that. But you know, it helps a lot. I've had a lot of very interactive people jump in and have a conversation. Actually, no, I should probably keep at least one painting facing the camera at all times. This way, you know, you can actually see the work. How do I do this? I put this like this, and hopefully, here we go. I should always have at least one painting. There we go. The process of improvement. This is actually one of my favorite paintings, by the way, that I've made. One of my favorite paintings. Like, I've made a lot of, like, good paintings. I made a lot of bad paintings. I made a handful of paintings in a style, but I gotta say this is my favorite one. It's very visceral. I think it's very visceral, right? Do you think that's a good word, Melanie? What words would you give this painting right here? Visceral. Anyway, let's go and let's just get started. So I don't usually use the same colors. I change it up all the time. So let's go ahead and start with Melanie Pacheco. What color does that bring to my mind? Melanie Pacheco brings the color. I see the color purple. So I'm gonna go with the color purple, Melanie. I think that's a good color that represents that name. Yeah. So we're going to start with some purple. And, you know, what's great about this book is it doesn't talk, you know, despite all the talking that I'm doing, this book has no words. Yet you can still learn to draw from it. Because look at some of these, the way it teaches. The way it teaches is it's like, hey, start with these lines. Just these really simple lines that anybody can draw. And, you know, then it just kind of like, you just basically form the shape of it from those lines. Got Shelly Owens Buggy, welcome. Got Shelly and Melanie in the room today. That's awesome. Some fresh new names in here. Hope you're doing fantastic. Hope you two can. What's a good tip to draw good? So here's the question. What do you want to draw? What do you consider a good drawing? Because, you know, my tip is ultimately just get out there, right? Pick up a notepad, go sit on your porch or sit in your living room and just draw the first thing you see. Anything. It could be a paper towel. It could be your feet up on a table. So that's my tip, but you know, it ultimately depends. Like, I'm the kind of person that's like, hey, let me just, you know, if I want to learn how to swim, actually, this is probably a horrible example because, you know, it could be life or death. But if I want to learn how to like bake a souffle, I'm just gonna like go get supplies that I think are in a souffle and then just go make it and experiment with it. You know, if I want to learn how to like, if I want to learn how to use snowboard, right? I'm like, hey, let's go snowboarding. Just give me the snowboard, tell me a couple of tricks, and you know, I'm ready to go. But you know, so with drawing, I find that really interesting because, you know, drawing is this thing that, as an artist, I feel like there's no excuse for me to never, to ever say I can't draw, right? Like, it's like one of those things. So when people ask me a question like, how do I draw better? You know, I'm really curious. Like, what's stopping you? What does stop you from you know, picking up pen or pencil, or you know, what do you think your limitations are? What are your, you know, your doubts, right? I think a little too much about my mind when it comes to art, right? These are just the thoughts that go through my mind, like you know, oh, am I just scared to draw out in public, right? Do I feel like drawing a paper towel or drawing um a candle is stupid or something, like it's not worth my time? You know, these are all thoughts that like permeate in my mind. And you know, I think it's when you conquer those, when you're actually aware of them and you're just like, hey, you know, I should just draw, right? And that's how you get better, honestly. And of course, get books, find a mentor, get a teacher. I've had quite a few you know, drawing teachers, so that can help as well. But I would say that some of my best drawings didn't come from a class, but just from being out and about and just drawing. Or my favorite drawings. I wouldn't say my best, just my favorite. So we got Kaj Paki. All right. Hey, take care, Kaj. Thanks for being here. But also Melody here. So if I'm going to share 3 tips, though. 3 like technical tips that I can give you that can help you draw better. And I'm taking this all from this book, like right here. And I can actually share an example right here. So if you want to learn to draw, these 3 tips. And this might be easier said than done for some people. But first of all, it's line length. And you know, this is a very easy example because on here you've got the lines made straight. So you might be like confused because it's like, how do you go from this to this? Or how do you draw this when you're seeing something like this? And first off, it's line length, right? So anytime you need to draw a line, just think like the length. If you need to draw somebody's nose, like, how long is my nose, right? Like, how long is this line that you need to draw? How long is this wrinkle here or this cheek muscle compared to my nose, right? How big is my forehead compared to my nose, compared to my like mouth? So comparing line sizes. So line sizes is number 1. Number 2 is angle. So constantly looking at angles. So this is easy because this is just a straight 90-degree angle. It's a corner, right? I mean, I guess it could be more or less, but you know, it's an angle. It's a corner, and you're constantly seeing where the line is in relation, right? So you can instantly see that the line on my face here and the line across my chin here and this line coming down on the side here, it's not necessarily like a 90-degree angle, but you just got to figure out the length of this compared to the length of this. And then, you know, compare to length that, and you can start to draw. And then the third tip, so first one is line length and being able to like judge it accurately. And you can use all sorts of devices. You can use a ruler if you need to, you know. And then the second is was the line angle. So where lines are connected, what the angle is. So my nose is like, you know, at this angle, whereas like my forehead's at more of a straighter angle or whatever. And then proportion, that's the third one. So I actually kind of touched on this a moment ago, but proportion, right? So if you're gonna draw this hand, so you can start to estimate all these proportions, like, okay, so this is how they have this part of the hand right here, right? So this one line right here going straight down a finger, how does that compare to the length of this line right here? Where does it end, right? So just constantly seeking out different, just using your mind to like mentally judge where all these different things are. But, you know, that'll improve with practice and all that. So those are just some quick things, but ultimately, you know, it really helps to know where you're at in what you're doing. So feel free to share. This is definitely an open room, open for all to share their challenges and their opportunities and everything else in between. So right now I'm just constantly looking for the angles of what's happening with this hand and constantly looking at the proportions of the lines. And, you know, there's other things too that can help you improve is, you know, just looking at things side by side. When you look at things side by side, that's one really like traditional way to practice and learn. Now, of course, if you're going outdoors to draw, you kind of have to like start to develop your own eye for things. But yeah, just keeping an eye for detail, you know. And there's also the personal choice. Like, do you want to be a fine artist? And by fine, I mean like, you know, do you want to work with abstract ideas, and do you want to like, you know, or do you want to be a commercial artist, right? So there's like fine art, the stuff that might go into galleries, the stuff that might be more based on, you know, personal expression, and then there's like commercial art, right? Like just commercial art. That's a whole different field if you want to do commercial art. So there's that. And when I went to a digital art school, that was a personal choice I had to consider was, you know, do I want to do digital art? Do I really want to do digital art, or do I want to do fine art? The choice every artist must make. Okay. And then here we go. So we got a thumb right here. So usually when I start drawing these hands, I find it interesting because, or any of these projects on here, let's see, that should be around the length of, it's not the length of the thumb, but it should be almost about the length of this. And then here we go. We need a straight line across here. Yeah, my favorite way of learning to draw is really just taking resources, learning from books, things like that. And here we go. So we're going to go with another, we're going to bring this fingertip down. And we're going to go right here. Unfortunately, if you are watching from a different streaming channel other than YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, won't be able to have this a live chat with you, but if you are tuning in from one of those channels, feel free to say hello. We can go from there. So let's see. So we're going to go up to this knuckle. It's actually just a little bit closer. And then we're going to have bringing this down here. And then all right, so first hand of this project, and super basic sketch using oil pastels. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to move on to coloring it. But you know, I want to start challenging myself with some of the color choices that I make. Oh, I like what they did here is that they did a little bit extra as far as line design goes to give us more to work with. I should have noticed that earlier. How the lines are angled along with the knuckles and everything. Should have noticed that earlier, but that's okay. Let me see. So if I go up like this and go also, if you really have trouble drawing, one of my mentors told me to just trace. Now, I was never a fan of this advice. I don't like it, but you know what? There are definitely artists out there who just trace. And you know what? If that's what you need to do to either learn or to you know, feel like you're creating something, whatever, more power to you. I personally wouldn't trace. I personally don't trace, but I get it, right? Whatever you have to do to improve, however your mind learns, that's what's important in my book.
Sorry, I don't understand.
She doesn't understand what cute means?
I guess. Talking to her.
Alright, so let's see. So here we go. We're going to go. I'm going to go into this and start to bring down the colors. It's funny, when I start to see these oil pastels, they look dark, but these shadows are not that dark, honestly. Or the colors themselves do not make dark enough shadows that don't make the dark enough shadows, in my opinion. Oh. So starting with this blue, and we're going to go a little bit more into the shadow here. So we're going to go push that, push this. So one thing about working with oil pastels is it definitely tends to be a little bit darker. It tends to be much bulkier than if I was drawing. So I have to be much more flexible as far as the overall look and feel goes. Oh, coffee's ready, right? Yes, it's ready. Go get me some coffee, people. Okay, you know that coffee strength doesn't necessarily mean that it's more caffeinated.
I know, because the blonde roast is more caffeine.
Or dark coffee, I guess.
I like the flavor.
I think strong is a word that describes the flavor. Not so much. Strong is something that describes a flavor rather than a
Yeah, I know.
a
I'm gonna get your mom this emerald jewelry set.
the what?
Getting your mom an emerald jewelry set.
You don't need to. I mean,
Not to. Mom.
I mean, I would get her something else.
Like what? I have no idea.
Like, just come up with something creative. But an emerald jewelry set, especially if it's not like, you know, real emeralds, she's not gonna be.
Well, I could get real emeralds.
I would definitely not.
Well, then help me figure something out.
All right.
It's like she's so practical. Like she doesn't, you know. I've asked her about stuff, and she's like, "Oh no, I don't want anything."
Yeah, that's exactly
But that's
how she
not
is.
correct. I mean, I haven't sent her any gifts. I need to send her something. But if you don't think jewelry, even though I think every woman likes jewelry. Oh, we're still recording?
Yeah.
Hello. Mom's not watching.
Oh, she's watching.
She is?
No, I don't know. I'm just assuming she is. She's always watching. So here we go. You know what I want to experiment with though is
No, you haven't helped me.
using more variety of
Ask
colors.
Your viewers.
What should my girlfriend get from my mom for her birthday? It's a good question. What should my girlfriend get for my mom for birthday? Get her how about getting her so I'm distracted trying to paint at the same time.
Jade? I can get real jade. Would you want that?
Maybe. Get something that helps her be more comfortable that she might not get for herself. Like
Socks.
like a, you know, like some type of massager or something. Something that she'll actually use.
Massage.
Because she doesn't go out like enough to where.
Well, she went out last night.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
The holidays are coming.
Yeah, I mean.
We can take that when we're there. Ask your viewers, what do they say?
They are saying nothing. Viewers are saying nothing.
They're here to watch you do art.
Yes, exactly. This is an art draw and chat, not a let's think of gift ideas for cats. Gazoon type.
Thank you. Oh, here's a jade necklace that has it's a healing crystal necklace.
Okay, she's not gonna go for. She's not into healing stuff.
You said something to make her more comfortable.
A necklace.
Calm down, feel serenity and purity.
No, she doesn't go for that type of stuff.
But it's pretty. It's true.
Again, something that she can actually like use, like a
Silverware?
yeah, like you know, something interesting for the kitchen.
Something to cook with?
An organizer, like a kitchen organizer or something. Like you were at my house. Like, what did she? What did you feel like the house needed that was missing?
It looked like she had every single thing she ever wanted or needed.
Right.
Oh, these handmade jade earrings are good for people prone to insomnia.
Ah.
She has insomnia. So what makes you think she's not into stuff like that?
She's not.
How well do you know her?
Well enough to know that she's not into stuff like that.
She's not into curing her insomnia?
She's not gonna believe that it's stone. Stone.
Seriously?
Yeah, shit. Get her, you know, yeah. It's just not who she is. Alright, so what color should I do this rock here? Since the shadow is blue, I need to go with like, let me do a little contrasting with like a nice light purple. All right, so here we're gonna go bring this in, and we're going in with the nice purple here, as we had mentioned earlier. And one thing I want to work on with oil pastels is using more color variety. I definitely find myself, you know, going through my oil pastels, and you know, I have all these color options at my disposal. Yet I'm using such flat color choices, which I feel like is a failure on my part.
Does she wear one of those jade bracelets?
Yeah, but she's probably got plenty.
The ones that you get when you're really young and they never come off. On the left hand.
Hey, you asked for my advice. I said she probably wants something practical, not one of those things. But you know what? Like surprise her. I don't know.
She probably already has one of those bracelets.
That's what I said, right?
Yeah.
But
But
you wouldn't.
if she wears that, why wouldn't she like other jewelry?
I don't even think she wears it.
They don't come off.
Look through some of her photos that she shared with you. See what's on her hand. She doesn't wear it.
Shared any photos with me.
She shares photos with us all the time.
Of food, not of herself.
She's definitely shared photos.
You'd be the one to show me.
Huh?
You'd have to be the one to show me.
All right.
You've got a zillion pictures of food.
And here we go. We're just working through a section right now of this piece, and here we go. I love this idea of this open color palette, but it can also create its own challenges because I feel like everything starts to look almost rainbow-esque. So let's go like this, and we're gonna bring in let's bring in our red again. Fill in, just close in on this hand with red. And let's make sure that we get this thumb nice and rounded here. And here we go, a little bit of progress along the way. So as you saw in the previous share, just developing this hand shape. And right now I am working through the shading of the hand. And at this point, I pretty much just need to add like a really light color to bring this all out. So that's what I'm doing right now. And I gotta find the right color. So here we go. I'm gonna bring in with this light blue here. And I want to use a couple different options actually. So I'm gonna go with a couple different options here. Let's go with that light blue, and then like some light purple. What's the lightest purple I've got here? I'm gonna go with a purple. You know what? Pink. Red, blue. I'm gonna do another shade of blue. I want pink or blue. I want to go with this light blue. Trying to decide on some good color options right now, so I'm trying to just plan out in my head, like, okay, so blue is complementary to orange. Do I really want to use orange right now? Maybe I want to go red, orange, yellow, blue, green, violet. So green. I don't necessarily want green. Blue, yellow, red, purple, blue, red, orange, yellow. I'll skip one color and I'll skip green. So I'm just trying to see how I can. Let's go just with this pink. Because with the pink we can start to, when it comes together, hey, Northern Falcon, what's going on with you? So my girlfriend wants some choices on something to get my mother for her birthday. If you have any ideas, feel free to share. Why don't you send her one of these? Never mind. So, yeah, Northern, I hope you're doing fantastic. I think it was you that, yeah, hey, that's awesome. You've been busy. That's amazing. Busy is good. Busy means, you know, you have a life and things to do, which isn't that what we're all around for, is to live a life? All right, so right now I am working on this hand, and here we go. We're gonna go ahead and just bring in these colors, bring in these blues and pinks, and start to mesh this all together. Summer vacations are about to start, so you'll be able to continue some of your projects. Oh, so you've been busy with like school stuff. Yeah, so right now I'm working on this hand here. Working on defining some of the colors. I'm trying to push the variety of colors that I use a little bit more. So, you know, these past few, so I was doing feet for a little while. I just felt like the colors that I was using was like too like boring. I mean, this looks kind of cool because it's like neon, but you know, I just really wanted to push the color experimentation just a bit further. So I'm trying to see some interesting ways of doing that. But yeah, we got some hands. This is not a hand. I decided earlier that I'm gonna start showing a painting throughout my videos. So this is on display. It is for sale, one of my favorites. All my paintings are my favorite, but these are this is one of my favorites. I call it the one-eyed monster. But yeah, what have you been up to? So you're in school right now. It's good to know. Stay in school. That's very good advice. Oh, here we go. So we need to change the shape of this. Change the shape of this. bring this knuckle up a bit. Need to round out this form to create a better, like, more of a natural feel to it. Otherwise it starts to look a little bit, just to have all these lines and stuff, it just doesn't look natural. So making some updates to the shape of this finger. Yeah, hey, fantastic. Very cool. So you like your high school? Is it a good place? Is it a productive place, or do you feel like it's just a wild and crazy high school? Someone was telling me that their school is absolutely insane. Like, kids constantly jumping up and down on like desks and stuff. All right, best way to put it is it's really busy. Awesome, that's good to know. I do a lot of stuff, but you eventually get free time. So is it stuff that you do on your own, by your own choice, or is it like everything's just dedicated to schoolwork? I know that sounds like a silly question, but like, you know, I think it's interesting because as an artist, I really got to like push myself to like create my own busy work. And, you know, I find like when people ask me, hey, so, you know, what are you up to? Or like, what have you been up to? Or are you busy later? And sometimes I have a tough time answering that question because, you know, in my mind, I'm like, I got to do artwork. I got to like implement this thing into my life. And is that considered busy? You know, besides work or whatever, is that considered busy or what, right? But because it's like a self-created schedule, it almost feels like it's not, in a way. It's a self-inflicted schedule. So here we go. We're going to continue on pushing this hand through and through. But let's go use some of this pink up. Well, that's awesome. Sounds like you are a natural entrepreneurial type. If you make up your own schedule, if you're able to create your own routines. That is a good ability to have. Someone who can create who can pack your own schedule. And here we go. Let's give it some red nails. We're gonna paint this person's nails red. Some really bright red nails here. Because why not? Been working on an animation, currently learn how to animate cars. Dude, that's amazing. You're learning how to animate cars. So are you looking to, are you talking like cartoon cars? I know you did that really nice model of like a supercar, right? It was like a sports car or something. So you like learning to do like a car cartoon, or do you just want to like design cars for like racing cars? What's the end goal there? Yeah, animating is so time consuming. I learned animating for a little bit, but it was just like it is definitely a skill that requires, keeping track of a lot of things. So you've been working on animation, realistic environment settings, honestly, stuff like movie chase scenes. All right, so we've got a future Hollywood chase scene visual effects artist here, people. Northern Falcon. There you go. It's a very useful skill. I was watching this movie yesterday, or not yesterday, like 3 days ago. It was called, what was the name of the movie? No One Will Save You. It's a horror movie about aliens directed by a man named, I think, Brian Duffield. And what I thought was interesting was when I watched the credits, when I was watching the credits, like, there's the actors, there's the directors, the people that contributed, the lighting, the editors, but the list of people that was the biggest biggest list, I don't even know if I said that right, but the single biggest list of people were under the visual effects and like graphic digital artists. And I thought that was really interesting. Because it just means that there's a lot of opportunity out there for the digital artist. And how necessary it is to have digital art as a skill today. All right, so we've got this. Now let's fill this in. We've got the blue hand, and we want to contrast that with a nice bright orange. This is cool. You definitely require a big team to cover a large project. Oh yeah. Now there's like aliens and explosions and all sorts of stuff in the movie, but yeah, it just made me come to realize like how much is required of digital artists nowadays. Like how many digital artists are needed for a modern movie. It's a lot. It's a massive team. And I work on film sets, but I've never been like, behind the scenes of a film set. Like afterward. Well, I've been behind the scenes, but like, post or during production, post-production, or editing, when you get to see all the work that goes on. I could just imagine like a huge office, just filled with people editing away at this film or coming up with like the graphics or the designs or whatever. So I've been slacking a little bit, but here's the first hand. As you can tell, I decided to go with a blue hand on an orange backdrop. But first little study, and we're gonna continue on building and experimenting with these different colors. But let's see. So yeah, big team, especially 3D. One thing that I found was great is that digital artists, if you're entrepreneurial, you can sell 3D models. So like if you make a bunch of cars, just design them yourself, you can pretty much sell them on, and I'm sure you've probably thought of this, but one thing that I did when I first did digital art was I was like selling different like packs of stuff on, just the heat detection. I don't know what it's called either. Heat scanner. But I was on a website called ArtStation. I would just sell these like little like stamp packs. So I would take pictures of stuff like real plants and stuff, and then I would change the color to make it totally black. Or you could change whatever color you want, but I would like eliminate all shadows or whatever, or all color, and then you could turn it into a stamp. And I like sold those stamps on ArtStation. But what I found was that there's so many products on ArtStation, like 3D model this, 3D model, you know, a room for 3D model, like 100 different sized books as 3D models. So if you're making cars, I definitely feel like, you know, you could do like 1 dozen animatable cars or something. I don't know exactly how you do it. It's probably more difficult than just making Photoshop stamps, but you know, if you're good at it, you can really make some great products that people will buy. And you know what? Here's the funny thing is when I was making those products, I was kind of like, oh, will people really buy this? Like what, how could someone, you know, does anybody really want these random stamps? And, you know, there's a little self-doubt there, of course. And yes, the answer is yes, people want those things. People need to save time and effort. Excuse me, I've got a coffee burps right now. But yeah, people need to save time and effort, especially if they're working on a big project or whatever. And I've sold quite a few actually. So, yeah. There's a big demand for entrepreneurial artists. But anyway, let's see. Colors remind, yeah, the heat detecting. You did say that. Okay, cool. So let me move on to this next hand here. And I'm going to do this first hand in the way that they did it, which is they drew a bunch of these connecting lines. Well, I guess all drawing is just connecting lines, but they did like these different lines. Let me see how I would do this. We're going to go straight line here. That's going to be a triangle there. That's going to be a straight line across. So, in software like Blender, things are actually a lot easier than they seem. For example, you plug in to create procedurally generated buildings and you just skip them. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, like there's so many nice little fun tools and hacks. I know this one guy, he's actually a successful like art director by the name of Jama Judabev. He's like an art director for Star Wars and things like that. But what he does is he pretty much just creates like different apps for Blender that you can just plug into Blender, and it creates like, you know, he creates like packs of spaceships and these little like coding software for Blender, and he makes a ton of money doing that. He makes a lot of sales. I mean, obviously he's got the brand behind him, but he actually hires people to like make them too, like little collaborations with other technical people, and then he sells them. Yeah, if you get good with the technology, you're gonna be really good. You're gonna do great. There's a lot of great tools to simplify the process for sure. So I need to find something between here and there. So let's go like right here. Let's go right around here is where I need this to touch. So I'm trying to plan out my drawing here. Your sketch you made a while ago, you probably posted somewhere. Like a sketch of your car, or what do you mean? Sketch of what? All right, so here we go. See, when I started doing all these like extra design lines, I'm not getting quite the. It's making it more difficult for me to like do this pre-planned sketch, because I guess I don't have that habit built in of for that. I don't have those habits built in. So this needs to end about here. Let's just draw this down here. We're gonna draw that, and that's about the same length, a little bit shorter than this finger. So let's go. Sketch of a manga panel. You want to use that as inspiration to learn more about shading. Hey, here we go. There's somebody else that was here that was telling me about his manga style. I thought he was pretty good. He was only like 14 years old, but he really wanted me to see his manga. But yeah, I was like, wow, that's pretty amazing for like a 14-year-old to put, you know, that much time into. You could tell he spent a lot of time on it, and yeah, it's great to be able to spot talent. Like, you know, it's one thing to have talent; it's one thing to make it easier for other people to see it, right? Like, it's kind of, and then to have the confidence to like be open to sharing it. I think that's that's something that a lot of kids deal with today, just based on what I see online, like. Like, is my art good for 14 years old? Like on Reddit, that's like the most popular. You know, I'm 25. Is this art good for 25? People of 25 don't usually post that, but you know, for people under 18, they share that a lot. It's like, is this good for a 17-year-old? Is this good for a 15-year-old? I see that post a lot, and what I did think was interesting was like, you know, that this person wasn't saying, hey, I'm this age, is this good for my age? They were just like, hey, what do you think? So that was kind of cool. But anyway, manga's very. So why do I prefer the old style art? So honestly, I don't prefer the old style art, although I will say my favorite art period is from the 1800s. So like, you know, Impressionism, Post-Impressionism. That's my favorite current style. But I do this style because, so Vincent van Gogh actually studied from this book. Supposedly, you know, they said that he learned drawing from, not this book specifically, but this is a reprint. But he learned drawing, and he went through this material about 3 times. So I just really wanted to learn. I wanted to know what Vincent van Gogh knows. What did Vincent van Gogh know? And that's what brought me onto this adventure of this style of artwork. Not so much my love for this style. Although, you know, it's not like I dislike it. I don't dislike the style. I think it's very good. But also, you know, I never got, I guess if you're asking, I don't know where that question came from, but if you're asking from the, like, what made me decide to do this as opposed to, like, more modern manga or whatever, I don't know if that's what you were meaning, but I just never got into drawing manga. Like, as a kid, yeah, as a kid, I never watched it, I think, except Dragon Ball Z. That's, like, the only anime that I ever watched as a kid, but I never got into like drawing, you know, Goku, or I'm sure you know what Dragon Ball Z is, but I never got into drawing that stuff, you know. Just, but I also was never into like classical fine art, right? As a kid. So I will say I did copy like Bob Ross. I like did it. I tried to follow Bob Ross, but I never had to paint. I never painted when I was a kid. I always used like pencils. For whatever reason, I tried to do Bob Ross paintings with pencils by drawing them. I don't know what I was thinking, but yeah, I guess kids do the darndest things. I just want to ask why. Oh, okay, yeah. Having a book and studying different shapes is very fascinating. Some people like me just like to use random references. Right on. Yeah. So what are the what do you mean? So what kind of books are you using? And by the way, so I will say, yeah. I mean, I would rather learn. I would say preference-wise, I would rather learn this style of art than manga. First of all, because I never really got into manga, and second, like. It's the difference between fine art and like commercial art, right? Like if you're doing manga, basically you're saying, hey, I want a career as a manga artist, right? Like I want to be known for, this manga that I make. Or, I think there's a huge audience for manga. And, if you do that, it's really easy to find people to connect with, like, oh wow, let me post this manga art, and then everybody that likes manga is gonna look at you draw, and they'll be like, they're gonna get it like instantly, and there's a huge audience for that. But for me, I wanted to be able to do stuff like this, right? Like create expressionist pieces, create pieces that people might not get. I wanted to do that type of stuff. So I really had a choice of whether I was going to do different stuff, But anyway. Yeah, as a kid I never got into it, but yeah. Yeah. Right on. Now, I will say I like drew Pokemon cards when I was a kid. But I made only like a few. I did a few and I just I don't know. Wasn't for me. So yeah, it's I definitely love the aesthetic of classical art, even though, it's not something I would totally put all my time into. Post-impressionist art, impressionist, post-impressionist art, I absolutely love, because I see that as the first major transition away from like just like the stuffy art attitudes of the time. Stuffy art attitudes as in, art was only for the super connected, right? Like you had to be like born into an art family, and you like all this art secrets, all the art schools like kept all their methods a secret, and if you couldn't really be an artist because you had to be able to like appeal to like royal families and stuff. Like if you weren't doing art for the royal families and the royal, rich, wealthy, super wealthy at the time, you probably couldn't really survive or thrive as an artist. It was really difficult. So, and it was really stuffy because you had to draw a certain way, you had to paint a certain way. There's like a certain aesthetic that everybody was expected to do, And I feel like Impressionism was the first time that I really moved away from that and opened up the world of art to everybody. Which, you know, I think there's even actual, like, there's actual, like, reasons, too, because, like, commercial printing and paint tubes and everything became more accessible. I'm trying to explain the history of art as I'm drawing, but I'm sure you probably knew some of that. But anyway, let me see. Here we go. So let me bring this down as we go here.
The floor is wet here.
Okay. Just want to make sure I don't slip, right? But I was listening to this thing, and it said, like, back then, like, today we see Impressionism as, like, you know, really fine art. Like, these are super talented, amazing, like, the greatest artists that ever lived, technically, or whatever. But back then, when Impressionists first started working, they were actually really, like, controversial. They were considered, like, you know, the renegades. They weren't doing art the right way. You know, so I find that really an interesting time in history for people to really, go against the grain of what was expected of artists at the time. Even though today we consider it like super beautiful, they go for tens of millions of dollars, but back then it was not like that. They were like, you know, they were very unaccepted by the art community until they were accepted. So, you see, also just remember, thanks for that comment on your video that day. How did I come across your channel? Maybe, how did I come across your channel? I don't remember. How did I come across your channel? I think I just clicked your profile somewhere. I think I clicked your profile and just, it went there. I'm pretty sure. Hey, Amir, what's going on? My co-producer here, Amir. So here's hand number 2 that we're working on, and this is just the initial sketch. We're gonna go ahead and color into it now using our oil pastels, and for this one I want to think of how I'm gonna do this a little bit different. So what's going on with you, Amir? You doing all right? Hope you are doing fantastic, my friend. All right, so let's do this. We'll go with, let's do a black. We're gonna do a black setting, black and gray. I'm gonna go with a black and gray setting here. And we're going to come along the outside edges to create this these shape differences. Yeah, Northern. So definitely, you know, I am glad to see other people's work. To, you know, I identify as an interactive artist. So, more so than just an artist, this idea that my ideas and the things that I do is all part of an interactive process. So I do make an extra effort to be able to connect with with anybody who's in my streams and stuff. It is an important part of my work. And here we go. So we're gonna go around here. I'm using the black now. So going into here with black, we're gonna use this just a nice, keep this nice and dark for the shadows. I should probably use a different black because I'm gonna use a lot of it. And you have a certain aesthetic in your mind which you want to achieve in modeling. Yeah, okay, so is that something you like to talk about? I like how you share that. You have a certain aesthetic in your mind which you want to achieve. You know, I have met a lot of people, and I didn't know this in high school. And you seem pretty smart and like aware of these things. So I might just be like sharing things you probably already know. But I didn't notice this in high school until like, you know, I started to like take communication classes. And one thing I've really learned is that not everybody is like visual. Not everybody is like an auditory person. You know, musicians have a natural ability, right? Or not natural ability, but like, you know, they gear towards like music. I grew up playing piano, but I was never good at it because like I have horrible sound for pitch and all that, or horrible hearing for pitch and all that. And you know, as I get older and take these like communication classes, I've realized that people who can like see things, right, as you're saying, you can like visualize or however imagine this aesthetic you need. Not everybody has that skill, and I learned that more and more, that some people literally feel or like they can't imagine these things. Like I was at a panel where James Cameron was talking about Avatar 2. I don't know if you ever saw the movie. It was really good. But I actually got to see James Cameron speak. And to see him actually speak in person as opposed to just seeing these random Facebook posts like James Cameron said this or James Cameron said that, it was kind of cool because like when I got to watch him speak, it was like instantly noticeable why he's such a great director, right? Like he was able to speak and like bring you totally into the experience of his directing. Like, oh, well, when we walk into a room and then you have these technical cameras set up like over here, and then you got to imagine these people over here, and I'm not doing him justice, but he was really good at like bringing you totally immersed into his explanation of what the scene was supposed to be like. And as you might imagine, for a director, a filmmaker, that's an incredibly important skill, not just to be able to communicate that, but to like be able to have that idea even in your head in general. Whereas, you know, a musician, they, instead of like, maybe they're not visual, right? They can't totally bring you into this visually immersive world like James Cameron can. Not many filmmakers can. Not even filmmakers can. But like, you know, a musician might be like, bump, 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 and you know, they hear the sound and they can like help to recreate it and the beats and everything. But yeah, so as you're saying, you know, you have this certain aesthetic. It's great that you have that. I really think that's a powerful thing. That maybe you might, I mean, I know I have in the past, like undervalue your ability to either to imagine a visual aesthetic you want, or to even imagine a auditory experience, whether you're a musician or a visual artist. So yeah, whatever you have, value that, and if you can communicate it, the better you can communicate it. That's a whole other skill in itself, right? Like, if you can't visually communicate what you're imagining visually, that can be very frustrating. But if you can, that's really going to separate you from someone that can't communicate it. But, I'm sure you don't have that problem. So, yeah. I just wanted to share that because I just thought it was so powerful to see James Cameron in person describing the filmmaking process. And I was like, that is why James Cameron is James Cameron, right? That is why when I can imagine people sitting in a room with James Cameron, him explaining how he's going to do a movie and just being totally fully immersed and just sucked into the vortex of James Cameron's world. And that's why he's a multi-billion-dollar movie franchise creator. And, that's part of a learning communication thing. And I think what was so powerful about that is, like, I thought I had known James Cameron. Like, I know who he is. I've seen his movies. But everything I've ever known about James Cameron prior to that experience was via, like, news, right? And not even, like, a full article. It would just be, like, a news quote from James Cameron. Or, James Cameron made $1 billion. James Cameron made a comment about the door in Titanic, and he wishes people would stop talking about it. So, that said, I never got to see him in person communicate, which is, I think, if you're, whatever director you're a fan of, go, like, watch an interview from them. And to see this interview from him, I was like, wow, that's why. But yeah, hey, welcome back, Melanie. I went on a little tangent there. It's like, I had these assumptions of James Cameron, but I never really kind of, like, thought about, I knew he was influential. I knew he was, like, a good visual communicator, but I never realized, like, just how great of a communicator, a visual communicator he was until I saw that live panel with him. And yeah, good to know. So yeah, if you've got that idea, communicate it, get it out there. I think that's really the other step, not just making it, but being able to also, like, explain it. And then not just explaining it, but, like, James Cameron is the top echelon of creators, artists in the world who's probably ever lived, right? But at the same time, I think we can all take tools from different people. This is an interesting thing. I was thinking about art from the other day. So I was watching a TV show. I forgot what it was. I think it was Fallout 4 or Fallout the show. Fallout 4 is a video game. Fallout the show. And my girlfriend was trying to get me to go see the Aurora Borealis, which is out right now. And I'm interested in the Aurora Borealis. I think it's fascinating. But I just have a natural tendency to argue with people or create, like, a debate or, like, think outside the box or whatever, however you want to call it. And I said to her, I was like, you know what? The Aurora Borealis has probably happened more times than the amount of seconds that I've been alive, as far as, the age of the Earth has been. So it's not really that rare. And then, but she said, oh, well, you could watch the show. The show's not that fascinating. It's not that unique. But, in my mind, I was like, I'm going to debate that. The Aurora Borealis has happened so many times. But this show, Fallout, is the first time in all of human existence and all of eternity that this show, as far as we're aware, that has ever existed. But by the way, yeah, totally, it is fascinating. It's very interesting. But I just wanted to make that argument with her of why the show is absolutely fascinating. But for the artists, the reason why I think that's important is basically any art that we're creating, as fascinating as the Aurora Borealis, yeah, exactly. So the phenomenon is yeah, it is a pretty amazing phenomenon. But I just wanted to make that argument for artists. Like, anything we create, anything we come up with, is any song or unique beat, unless it's been copied, is the first time it has ever existed in all of human existence. even though I'm just copying these hands, this is the first time this combination of colors, these exact lengths, have ever existed in all of human existence. And I think that's pretty interesting for all artists, right? Not just this piece right here. So yes, artists, value your work. That would be my take away from that rant. Yeah, thank you. All right, just getting started. Still putting in some of the shadows here, putting in some of the deeper shadows, and we're gonna go like that. Getting in some nice shadow work here. We're gonna outline, do a little bit of an outline to get these shadows just right. Yet another fun idea, some places from your dreams that you remember clearly, so you try to create them in 3D to bring them to life to share with... Yeah! That's a really good idea. But even more importantly is the confidence that you have, that you feel you're even going to make an attempt. You're already saying that you're going to make an attempt. Like, there's plenty of people that have had the idea, not to like discredit your idea, but... there's plenty of people that have probably said to themselves, like, oh, I had a dream, why don't I've had that idea, right? Like, I've had a dream, why don't I do it in 3D? But I never said I'm going to actually do it. I was just like, oh, that'd be a good idea. But it sounds like you actually have a plan in place. You're like, you're actually going to do it. So that's the important element right there. Having the confidence and belief in yourself that more so than the idea that you can go make this concept happen. Alright, so let's see. I gotta get these fingers. Let me work on these fingers a bit. I need to use a finer line point here. And then this one's gonna be like... And then come down with this pinky. What are my favorite things to draw? Let me share some of my drawings. I actually like... I'll take a little break here to share some drawings. Let me see if I even have any in here. Some of my favorite things to draw is to like just draw out in like landscapes and stuff, like draw out in public, just like people just being people. That was at the beach. This is one of my other sketches. Just like hanging out at the beach and just drawing anybody that's around, Just catching people out there. Just real quick sketches. Let's see. I could draw at airports. If you're just sitting around, drawing people at airports, just hanging out, sitting around. Here's another airport sketch. This is one of my like earlier ones though. So like, you know, the pen and the ink is like really light, but you know, you're trying to draw people as they're moving around. They're not modeling for you. It's a bit of a challenge. Yeah, I like to draw in public spaces. So here's another one, just sitting in an airport looking at people. Very candid. Another airport drawing. Here's another fun little beach sketch. Let's see what else. What else do I draw? Huh. So here's one of my like projects. So I draw these while watching a movie. So like while the movie's going, I just try to draw these random things that I see in a movie. This one's from Something Wrong with the Children. It's a horror movie, a Blumhouse horror movie. So yeah, I mean, people, places, just drawing in public. I like drawing when people don't know they're being drawn. Oh, yeah, the girl in the airport on her phone. Let's see that one. Oh yeah, so this girl was actually peeling an egg. I remember seeing her, but yeah, she was peeling an egg. It does look like she was on her phone though. Yeah, thanks. So, those are just a couple. I might make paintings of them one day. But yeah, that's quite a few of those. All right. Let's see, making a drawing highly detailed and putting in time and effort into it for hours is what makes it worthwhile. That's awesome, yeah. It's good to know what makes you enjoy it. Yeah, it's really... Yeah, Melanie, do share. So, you know, by the way, Melanie, Northern Falcon, he's been to my live streams before, so I do know a little bit about him, so you're kind of like... You know, you do feel free to share about yourself. This is totally open. I already know a little bit about Northern Falcon. I've seen his artwork. I've seen his 3D modeling. So yeah, open to. Definitely don't be shy with your artistic abilities. So anyway, let's go ahead. I need to bring back my black. And we're gonna go back, and I need to start to define some of these edges here. So I used the black to define this edge, but I need like I think I can still go with black. It needs to be like a lighter black.
How was your coffee?
Great. I threw the coconut milk in there.
Nice.
And,
Coconut milk is very good. Alexa, what's the weather today?
Good morning, Kathleen. The current weather is 60 degrees Fahrenheit with cloudy skies. Today, you can look for partly sunny weather with a high of 67 degrees and a low of 54 degrees.
You know what? Let's see. It's not. Yeah. So let me share.
You know where the Archstone is? Up on Vineland, Studio City?
The Archstone?
Yeah.
What do you mean the Archstone?
Apartments.
No, I don't.
They're very nice. Very nice.
Where's my other sketch? Let me see here. Sketchbook, right? So I have this project. By the way, Melanie, I don't know if this is gonna help you get out of your head, in a sense of, you're saying you suck at drawing, but that's a self-judgment. That's being in your own head, and maybe there is an objective, technical way that you're seeing your art, like, or seeing your drawings, which is fine. There's technical objectivity to art, like some art. But I started doing this exercise, and maybe it can help you get out of your head and, not be so worried about how it looks versus, just getting into the zone of things. So I learned this exercise from a book. I forget, and some artist used to do this. But basically, what they would do, the idea is that you draw like in the middle of the night, and not in the middle of the night, like you'll wake up in the middle of the night, or like and just start drawing with your left. Use your non-dominant hand, and like either just before you go to bed or just after you wake up or in the middle of the night when you're sleepy and you're not really able to think, you draw with your non-dominant hand, and you do it in the dark. That's the other secret. And you know what? It's like it gets you out of your head. Like you stop judging yourself, because when you wake up and you see something, it's like, oh, whatever. Like, it's not a big deal that I scribbled, right? And I think that can really help someone overcome some of the self-doubts. Yeah, there we go. So you enjoy drawing anime characters in one piece. Cool. All right, so you know exactly what you like. That's awesome. That's great. All right, so we're going to go right here. We're going to go up. And I need to go up on the second finger and then a little bit down into create this little triangle shape. Alright, so what we're going to do is I'm going to go into this with a red. So we're going to make this red and black.
Remember, Fern, did you have your treat? I don't think you did. Treat? Who wants a treat? Want a treat?
Hey, clean, respectful pizza. Surrounded by people who like anime. Yeah, you know, I mean, I think anime is just like, when people think art, there's so many people that love drawing that are also into anime. I think it just happens to be, you know, they almost go hand in hand, especially if you're like online. It's just, you know, the way it is. Modern young people who enjoy art probably start off in anime, especially
Treat? Up. Have your treat. Up.
As a kid. But I do find it funny that I don't even draw anime and people do find me, so I find that interesting. But so pizza, nice, clean, respectful pizza. I will definitely share with you in a moment. I need to get through this shading part first, this color part. But if you stay tuned, we will definitely have a show and tell for you.
Oh, I missed the extra box. It's okay. It's okay. This extra box. This is more extra box.
So here's just a real quick, we're doing this. I'm doing this with the hand here. Careful with the thing. You knocked it.
I know. It's like the refrigerator here.
Oh, excuse me. Alright, so I'm going to go in here with another color. We're going to go mix this. I'm going to go mix in an orange. I'm going to go mix in an orange into this. So it's good so far. Thank you, thank you. Just continuing on. There's many of these. Many a study of these. So we're going to continue playing with this black and red concept here. And Ashik, Berserk is probably suited for a mature audience. Yes, these are pastel, Melanie. So oil pastels, yes they are. Ashik, have a good day, Ashik. Welcome, good to see you. Nice of you to join us even for a few moments and stopping by to say hello. So actually I'm going for a long stream today, so we will be here for at least a couple of hours. Yes, alright. So Ashik, new viewer, Melanie, new person. Gonna go now. Have a great day. Alright, Melanie. Well, hey, thanks for jumping by. Thanks for saying hello. Hopefully, you know, you come by again and share some ideas, whether it's share some progress or whatever. So here we go. We're gonna go. So I've been doing this hand with black, and right now what I should do is trying to think of what color would go internally good with black. I made the block red, so how should I do this? I want the red and black. red, black. Let's use primary colors. So black for the shadow, but I want red for the block, yellow. I'll do yellow on the skin, on the white area of the skin. But I want a dark yellow, like a yellow ochre yellow. What dark yellow? Let's see. This is a good yellow. Yeah, hey, I will definitely be sharing progress along the way, for sure.
Simba. Want a snack? Simba.
We will have all sorts of art and creative experiments along the way as well, so stay tuned as this channel continues to evolve. And I am streaming on more and more platforms now, but only my YouTube channel do I actually have available to chat, unfortunately. Or YouTube and like Facebook and Twitch. But
shut off the coffee pot, babe.
I didn't even know. I thought it was already automatically turns off after it's done.
No, it does not. It has to be manually. That's okay. I mean, I noticed it. We were on all day and we left the house.
Might not be okay.
Right.
Alright, well.
You see where the bagels went?
No, I haven't eaten a bagel in probably at least a few weeks.
It's hard to see. I have to bend over. That good? Yeah.
What are some other things I consider myself good at? Consider myself good at acting. I am an actor too. So yeah, I mean, I think I'm pretty good at that. And let's see what else. I think I am good at a certain type of communication, like I think I'm good at asking good questions. Good questions that are helpful to people. So I think I'm good at that too. Similarity, play. Well, there you go. Yeah, no, we definitely probably got a lot in common, Northern, which is why you're here, and you know you've stuck around for sure. I'm sure we have a lot of similarities. I was going to a lunch line the other day with some coworkers, and this was, you know, we could pick whatever, or no, it wasn't a lunch line, it was a snack line, and I'd walked in, I like to just say like random stuff sometimes, and I was like, wow, we're all more alike than we are different. And the reason why I said that was because I was thinking, you know what, we're all here at this exact very moment, all going to get a snack at the exact same time. And there was only like 5 of us out of like, 100 people. But, yeah, I guess, a lot of, regardless of what we look like, mentally we could be the same, like we want a snack at the exact same time while working at the exact same company, probably going through, somewhat similar issues in life. Not totally the same, but somewhat similar.
Is that good? Yeah. You like your chicken and your puree stuff that goes on top of it, don't you? Yeah.
So yeah, what play did you do?
Is that good?
What play did you do? So right now what I'm working on is just adding texture to these hands. Which I haven't really been adding thicker layers of oil pastel here lately. So I don't know exactly. This probably won't turn out exactly as I wanted it. Well, I guess I didn't want it a certain way. I just kind of experimenting anyway. Here, a very random play. It's made by some classmate. Second main character. Yeah. So you were a co-lead. Hey, that's cool. So is that something you're going to pursue? It was acting? It's a good idea. Acting is a very rewarding career if you succeed. But with great reward or great risk comes great reward, right? Great risk comes great reward. Okay, so I got this yellow going. I'm gonna use blue nails. Let's go with blue nails here. Let's spice this up. Oh, I don't want that. I already started with this blue, so I have to kind of use it. All right, so we're gonna go with this blue. For blue nail. Another blue nail here. I'm not a big fan of this yellow, but it kind of looks like a zombie hand a little bit. But there's some things I could do to tighten it up for sure. So let's do that. Let's see what we can do to make this look
Behind you.
right.
Get near Phil.
Not a big fan of the yellow. So let's see. You never really knew you're good at it until some teachers noticed it. Actually, a better voice actor since you can adjust your voice. Well, that's good. I mean, you know, I guess that's what actors are supposed to do, right? Adjust their voices to sound differently. I get that's what voice actors are supposed to do. But it is nice to have teachers that, you know, are able to help you recognize and use your talents in a positive way. What should I do with this hand here? Let's go. I was trying to stick with the kind of like, oh no, this textured look, but I'm not really a big fan of it. It looks like a zombie hand. This the bottom of the hand is really messed up, so we're gonna go fix this. Let's go like this. Here we go. We can start to carve back out our hand here. And let's blend this all together with a little bit of green. Since we've already got this green going on.
Do you like having this kitchen light on?
Yeah, it helps with the lighting.
Yeah.
So let's see this hand right now. Alright. Sing, used to be part of your school choir. Better voice actor, you won some awards for it in school level competitions. Hey, that's awesome. Well, yo, you are quite a talented person, Northern. And it's great that you found so many ways to really put it all to good use. There was this guy that I was talking to the other day. He was saying to me how his dad was like this really successful coach. And, you know, he was saying what makes his dad sad is that there's like so many talented kids that really never have the opportunity to succeed because they never get the opportunity to really, you know, find the thing that allows their talent to shine. So right now, going through some of these areas that are supposed to be darkened and tightening up some of these shadows here. And let's go like this. You know, one thing I'm noticing as I go through these designs is I'm definitely noticing, like, you know, where a lot of the gaps in my work is. So that's where hard work comes in. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, you know, if you're able to design, like an ideal week or whatever, or an ideal like school semester, what would that like consist of creatively? Would you be like singing and dancing, or would you just be making artwork, or how do you think you would approach your excess creativity? Let's go like this. So use this white to push up some of the area here.
Hi.
Yeah, that excess creative energy. Passionate about it, you still find a way. I don't have time for that anymore. The education system is so good here since you're forced to work all the time, all day long. Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, look at Justin Bieber, right? Justin Bieber, one of the first, he started off just making YouTube videos, like there's so many avenues for creative people today who just have that drive that they have to be making something. And I'm not saying that everybody with a YouTube channel that sings on their YouTube channel is going to become Justin Bieber. Like, obviously he got discovered by Scooter Braun, the person who produced him. But I think at some level, if he didn't do it, if it wasn't for YouTube, I wonder if Justin Bieber would still be famous, right? Like, would he have been discovered one way or another? I don't know. He found an avenue with which to express himself. Maybe in another lifetime, if he didn't have that. All right, so here's the second hand. I think it turned out. I prefer the first one over the second one. If I think about the color choices, the black is too contrasting with all the other ones, but I do like the different layers of colors that I have on here, and I think it's really changing the looks of these compared to previously, which is pretty fun to see how things are evolving. So this one, I could definitely see as the work progresses some helpful new ideas. Like some of the earlier pieces just kind of had like these just flat single colors, like the yellow, the green with the blue. But I really like this experimentation with the colors to really create like a variety of interesting design that just changes it up a bit.
Hey.
Yeah, hey, well thanks Northern, appreciate it. So what's your what is your art for the day? What are you working on today? Are you gonna have the opportunity to do or work on anything that isn't being dictated by school? Hold on, I'm gonna be right back actually. I'm gonna put this on. Can I mute this? I don't think I can mute this. Let's see. Oh, here we go. I'll be right back in a moment. All right, and we're back. So I'm actually aiming. Use live status indicator. What does that mean? Live status indicator. Okay, I don't know what that means, but it's a setting that I'm turning on. Oh, okay, that's cool. Shows me my live settings. I'm gonna edit that. I don't need that actually. Let's see. That's drawing. Nice. Thank you. So you got color animations. All right. I guess school's almost out for the summer, right? I think out in here in California, most of the schools are like 1 month, like 3 weeks away, which is great. I remember summertime is amazing because you get so much free time and you don't know what to do with it sometimes. But it sounds like you got plans, so that's great. If you failed the plan, you'll probably come up with the plan on the fly. I always heard that quote. If you failed the plan, you plan to fail. But who even ever came up with that? I don't know. I don't like living by random quotes. You know, like silence is golden. Or if you plan to fail, or failed to plan, you plan to fail. I don't really like living by quotes like that. Because first of all, I've like come to realize that a lot of those quotes are pretty much not the whole quote. But anyway, hey, you take care, Northern. Thanks for jumping in and saying hello and sharing all the progress and being a part of this creative conversation. And you know, I wish you all the best of school and everything. And you'll be done soon. So congrats on another year at your school. We'll have some progress next time you come here. Next time you join in. Is that you eating? Oh, I thought it was the cats. I was like, do we have a dog eating in the living room right now? Alright, so I got this other hand on this other side. It's probably, yeah, I have enough space to do one more on this page. So let's go like this. Alright, I'm gonna start up here. Let's see, where do we want to start with? It's going to come at an angle there. Let's mark it first. Use this blue to mark our spot. Let's go down, mark the second spot. That might be a little too low. We're going to go around. Excuse me. All right, so that's about 1, 2.5. So 1, 2.5 of these. So we're gonna bring this arm just a little bit further. So I'm just talking my way through some of these lines and shapes here as we go. And here we go. So we're gonna go like this. Up. Feels like it needs to be a little longer. One, two, and then almost three. So now we gotta draw our way back around. One, two, three. So one is going to come around like so. And here we go. So working in with these pastels, it's a bit thicker. So working with the challenge of making the length just right. And here we go. So let's push that down. Push this down a bit to get that finger. Get that up. And then here we go. So we're going to go over, go up, and around. So this is hand number 3 that we're working on. It's going to go down. We're going to bring another hand down even further, but let's do this. So we're going to come around. Let's see. It's going to be like that. So So for those of you just tuning in, we are working with this these classical training art drawing training materials, as I would call them, classical drawing training materials. And oh wait, that is way too far up. So let's get this other hand here.
Alexa, what's the temperature outside?
And then we're going to go one more.
It's 61 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, expect a high of 67 degrees.
And then here we go. So really just been planning this out. If you're just tuning in, feel free to jump in with thoughts or whatever. So, one thing about this drawing is I like to draw things as they're pretty much laid out on this page rather than, flipping it to create the... So that's, I can see why that's going to look weird. So we're going to bring this up a bit. And we're just going to go like that. So bring this hand forward, bring this piece up. All right, and here we go. So now's the time for some shadow here. I already did the blue, so I need to go with a different color variety. Let's go with some green now. We're gonna go focus on a dark green. And here we go. So a little update for those of y'all here. So did these first two hands. Now we're going to work on this third hand over here. Pretty much one of the same designs as one of these two, except at a different angle. So I love to be able to draw things at different angles just to train my visual, my ability to see rather than attempt to make something up. I think I could already make things up. So what I really need to work on is getting myself to see and, one thing I learned when I first started drawing that was very helpful is to try and when you draw things, don't try to make stuff up. To trust your own visual judgment, because if you try to make stuff up based on how you think something should look, that's when you start to go wrong. That's especially helpful for things like foreshortening or complicated things like hands, where if you try to assume how something should look as opposed to drawing it as you see them, then you can start to get in trouble with your drawing. Because the inaccuracy isn't coming from what you're seeing, it's coming from how you're interpreting a piece. And I learned drawing early on is to try exercises where you're pretty much working at an angle. So you might draw something upside down, as opposed to right side up. This way, you kind of have to trust your own lines, your own visual interpretation of something rather than how you think it should be. So anyway, let's go ahead and make this green. We're going to start with a nice thin green line here at the top. A couple subtle differences. Okay. And here we go. So we're going to continue on and push into this space here. And what are we working on as we go? So focusing on using green as our main and primary color for this project, for the specific hand. And let's go down here. And as we do this, just constantly studying the color, the value changes. So, you know, working through as the light switches from like dark to light. Let's go like this. So we're going to draw some of the fingernail here. Get some of the fingernail. And here we go. So a little update on his hand. Little update, working through the dark shadow areas of this piece, this one right here. And now we're gonna go in and start doing some of the lighter spaces. And let's see. So if we got green, we're gonna go with a light green. Go with like a light green here. And this part becomes pretty easy. You just kind of get straight into it and fill in the empty space.
Alexa, set timer for 1 hour.
You doing another load of laundry?
Starting now.
Towels.
Oh, I see. Cat towels and people towels, huh?
What's your towels? Is it dry?
And one thing I love about oil pastels is that it creates like this transition, this like soft transition of colors when you're working when you work and blend in certain edges. There's like a nice little transition, but there's also a challenge because if you don't do it just right, you know, you can create a little bit of a mess, but that's all right, depending on what you're going for. It's nice to know how to work with a variety of challenges. Or you can even allow your challenges to become part of your work. So here we go. Allow your personal style to really shine through. So here we go. And this finger, drawing the Hulk's hand. That's what this looks like. Let's see where this goes. We're going to draw some red nails again. So let's go on with some red nails here. And pop that straight in. Gazoon tight.
Thank you.
We're gonna go orange around the, actually let's go yellow. Let's go yellow around the outer ring here. Around the outer area. Let's work here, going in. Okay. So still working this hand as far as color goes. We got the we went ahead with a Hulk color and knocked out some green. Well, let's see what we can do to tighten this up. Let's see what our options are for making this a more cohesive piece. Oh, there's not enough of a gap in that space. So let's do this. Gotta formulate this area right here. There we go. And here we go. A little quick share of what we got going on. Just a quick share. This is hand number 3. Now, you know, I love playing with these different colors and, you know, create these variety of looks on these hands. And yeah, just some naturally sitting hands. Well, I guess it may or may not be natural, like hands sitting on a wood block or something. But these are interesting, really fun little pieces to do studies from, this book, because it really gives you a method of breaking down the variety of pieces. And I can see some things that I need to work on right now that will help to make this a more cohesive piece. Let's do this. Luna Cat 579. Hello and welcome. How you doing? This is a totally live stream. We'll be going on for a little bit longer, but right now, since you're just tuning in, yes. So these are a variety of oil pastels. Got a couple options. I mean, what makes you ask? Are you familiar with oil pastels, or are you an oil pastel artist yourself, or do you just happen to recognize what is being worked up, or do you think maybe they're crayons and you just want to see if I'm using crayons or oil pastels? But yeah, nothing wrong with crayons, by the way. And no issue with crayons here. But I've got a couple of varieties that I'm using. I'm using Mamacita. Hello, welcome. I'm working with a couple different Paul Rubens. I'm really loving these Paul Rubens oil pastels now. These are fairly new to me. They create this very thick texture that I really like. Used to draw with those when you were younger. Well, it's interesting that you use the term younger, because at every second, every moment, we are older than we were just a moment ago. So, and you know, I was just talking to someone the other day, and they were like, so long ago, 4 years ago was so long ago. And then they were like 24. And then they said 4 years ago was so long ago. But 4 years for a 20-year-old is 20% of their entire life. That's pretty interesting, right? When you really think about it. So I'm trying to find ways that I can really make this pop a bit more. But yeah, hey, art terminology, whatever. You call it whatever you like. Call it oil crayons, right? Just call it whatever you like. That's the world we live in today. You can call it whatever you like. As long as, you know, you're communicating an idea that someone else, that you two can agree on, that's what's important. But yes, oil pastels is what we are working with here. And what I'm thinking I'm going to do right now is go through these. Did I share it with you just a moment ago? I don't know if I should. Did I? So right now, going through and just doing these hand studies based on these pieces here. These works from this book. It's a drawing book. So, you know, I'm going through these studies, but also at the same time, because I have oil pastels, I want to really make an effort to push design, push colors, to not just, you know, why would I just draw these again, right? Like, unless I wanted to just do solely drawing studies. I really wanted to add my own spin to these pieces and come up with a way to make them different, you know? And here we go. So it sounds like you were an artist, or you are an artist still. Mamacita, welcome. I don't know how you're doing, but you know, I hope you're doing all right. It's great that you're able to claim that name, though. This piece, Luna Cat. Yes, this is one of my favorites. Glad you like it. I have a lot of favorites. All my paintings are my favorite. All my works are my favorite, but this is one of my favorites. One of my favorites. So this is actually a fairly new thing. New thing I'm doing is leaving my drawing, at least one painting, up so that people can see it. So do you paint? Are you a painter as well? Picasso abstract portrait vibes. Yeah, it is definitely abstract. And you know what? I very much appreciate you saying it gives Picasso vibes. Picasso abstract vibes. What a compliment you can give to somebody, right? Compare them to a goat. Greatest of all time. So you don't do anything art related? That's all good. So are you a live streamer or a live Twitch enthusiast? Do share. This is an totally open room. People can share their commercial ideas, pitch their projects and whatever. This is totally open for all the world to join in. So I've definitely pushed this piece a little bit more as far as creating a variety of looks goes. So you go to school, you don't do anything on social media. Okay. Hey, song and a music writer. Emmy, welcome. What's going on? Happy afternoon. So let's see. Go to school, you don't do anything on social media. So by the way, there are people in both Twitch and YouTube. So if I start to say like random things and you're like, is he just talking to nobody? I do that by the way. I talk to myself when at times when there's no engagement, but right now, I am live streaming in multiple places, so if I seem to have like a weird conversation with somebody else, it's because maybe it might seem like I'm talking to myself, but I imagine that I am talking to somebody else. Have you ever wondered, like, what if someone that I know is imaginary? You would never know, right? If someone that you knew was imaginary? Getting a little bit sci-fi here. Or like a horror movie type thing, but it's an interesting thought, right? Must have been an interesting role. Oh, no, you don't mind? You think stream this stuff? You're having to stay over at a creative artist friend's house. All right, cool. Well, hey, thank you. I hope that I can help you enjoy your afternoon or wherever it is you're visiting from. Yeah, I guess that is one great thing about. Yeah, no worries. Typos, fine. Don't worry. It's all good. If you can find me a person that's never made a typo before, you deserve some sort of prize, because I don't think they exist. It's like finding Bigfoot. So when did I get into drawing? Oof. like serious study of drawing and artwork about going on 5 years ago. Like you know, serious dedication to the craft, and like, you know, learning and like a practice about almost going on 5 years ago. But like just general, I think we all draw as a kid. Like, you know, I was drawing on my shoes when I was a kid. So I'll show a little progress on here in a moment, but I want to capture some of these other little details before I want to capture some more details before I show another piece. So that's a little bit more different. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. I think we all draw as kids, right? Like sketching on our shoes, sketching in our sketchbook, drawing like little hearts or stick figures or caricatures of teachers that we may or may not like. I definitely did my share of that, but you know, to say that I started seriously studying as an adult, going on 5 years, and since then, made quite a bunch of different pieces. So, out of curiosity, what brings you here, LunaCat? I like to know where my where's viewers are coming from. I think it's helpful to know, like, you know, out of the 100,000. Probably over 1 million live streamers right now across the entire planet, from Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. How did you find your way here? What made this your destination? Do you think other types of arts like drama or music is art? Much as art does? Yeah, no, I get your question. I definitely think the performing arts, right? Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, there's no other thought in my mind that the other types of arts like drama, they are definitely arts. For sure. 100%. 100%. I mean, how can they not be, right? Like, they're all creative efforts. They all evolve out of a person's imagination in some form or another, right? It's amazing. All right, so here we go. Hand number 3. So hand number 3, still something doesn't look right. I think this wrist is a little bit too thick. But anyway, I definitely decided to spice this one up a little bit and add a variety of textures and colors to design it, even though it's a green. But this is probably one of my favorite ones so far, as far as like a unique design goes. So we're going to move on to the next page. I'm not going to continue too much longer with this one hand. We're going to keep up with our exercise. Creative exercise. So let's see. You're just scrolling through. Well, that's something fresh and someone art. Yeah, much thought. So your music, let's hear about it. Is there somewhere I can go to find your music right now? I have Spotify on my phone. Do you have it on YouTube, or is it like streaming on TikTok or anything like that? Happy to play it live for the live viewers on YouTube or Twitch. And with that, we'll start on this next hand right now. So this is the next hand. I will say that I absolutely love this. Just write songs in your diary. Cool. All right. Well, that's a great way. As long as you keep so it sounds like the songs are very personal to you. So this is what I'm working on right now. This book is called The Ultimate Bargue Drawing Collection. I believe it's a French guy, that's why I pronounce it like that. But this book is from like the 1800s. It taught people to draw like in the mid 1800s. So it's not very modern. You won't, these are all very classical tastes. But the reason why I picked this is because this book was actually based on originally Vincent van Gogh started learning how to draw from this book. So this ultimately is a style that's much older, and the style is much different. So I'm just gonna talk louder and louder because I gotta talk over. But yeah, so basically, and I'm trying to make stuff up because I'm talking louder than usual. We're competing for quiet here in this space. But with that, here we go. So you said you're not the best at it. So according to whom? I think that's a really important question when I hear that. Like, if I'm not the best at it, according to whom are you not the best at it? Right? Like, who are you comparing yourself to? I love having these like conversations when it comes to personal motivations and self-doubt, because I've definitely spent a lot of time in this head thinking and evaluating all my doubts and limitations and my fears. And I think the best way to overcome it is to really consider, like, who says I'm not the best? It's usually yourself, right? Like being honest with yourself, it's usually yourself. If you keep it in a diary and you play it on guitar, it's the self-judgment, it's the self-limitations, the self-doubt that is the biggest limitation of people, for sure. Like 100%. So anyway, you said you're to the people who inspire you. Okay, that's cool. Well, here's the question. Like, do you want to play live someday? Is it just a thing that you like to do just for fun and on the side, or is it actually something that you'd like to do professionally? I don't know where you are in your creative career or whatever, but is it something that you'd like to possibly do one day? Or do you want to stream about it? I mean, I think we're all tuned into Twitch and TikTok because there's so many people doing so many interesting things. And while some people just want to be entertained, I think there are others possibly who are artists that are just looking for that spark, that like sense of motivation that gets them going. So artists like Olivia Rodrigo, Conan Gray, Melanie Martinez, they all made careers out of it. What's up, Sterling? Hello, welcome. Dude, if you got a chance. Busy with school and stuff, maybe when you grow up. Hey, well, things do not get easier to find time to do hobbies with once you get out of school. It does not become easier, to be honest. And what's up? No, yeah, okay, Sterling, you said sorry. I don't know what you're sorry for. You don't need to be sorry. You don't need to be sorry about living and visiting people's YouTube channels. So, Looney Cat, busy with school? Yeah. I mean, right now is probably the greatest time that you'll have to live out your dream and start building up a presence as a creative musician. I remember talking to this one guy. He supposedly in high school ran a 4-minute mile, which I don't know if you're an athlete, but if you know about running a 4-minute mile is very difficult. And he did that in high school. And he was telling me, he wished he had social media because he would be all over that. He would be showing off like all over social media that he can run a 4-minute mile, and he feels like he could have really built something from that. And just having that conversation, he felt that every young person with some sort of talent should definitely be on social media. But to everybody, to each their own. What am I drawing? Sterling. So I actually just draw. So far, I've only drawn this little line in my 2 hours and 46 minutes. No, just kidding. So I just finished these pieces, and I'm on my next sheet of paper. These are some fun hand studies that we're working on. Say Sigma. What would be the purpose? What does saying Sigma contribute to your wellness? Out of curiosity, I said it, but I'm just wondering how it contributes to your wellness and your to a better day for you. So anyway, here we go. So I'm gonna go back into these hands, and we're gonna go. I need a straight line. Straight lines. Let's go up and around for this. Thanks, Mava Calvert. Oh, getting time for hobbies as an adult is the only thing you look forward to. Oh, my goodness. Well, if you're going to have the free time, you can create free time as an adult, right? I'm not saying adults have no free time for hobbies. Don't get me wrong, right? Adults, 40 hours a week at work, 40 to 60 hours a week at work. The rest of the time is up to you. But finding creating the time, the energy to truly dedicate the time to playing guitar and writing music. It's not that it's hard, right? It's not that it's impossible, but to be able to do it regularly, I would say it's much easier, much easier as a young person who is still in school. So am I an artist? Yes, I am. And you love my paintings. You love the painting. Thank you so much. Yes. So this is I named this the One-Eyed Monster. Yeah, we got a bird. You hear some chirping in the background, eh? Balloon Cat for sure. You gotta when there's something that you love to do, I say do it now. Comes naturally. Besides, you feel like when you really want to do something. Yeah, exactly. So when you really want to do something, you make the time for it. But I also think as we get older, right? All these other things, we start to find more and more things that we want to make time for. Not just music, right? Hey, we want to make time for the dog that we have to go take a walk that we're raising, or we have to make time to take care of our pets, or we have to make time for a child, or we have to make time for this other art that I'm, into now. But definitely the younger, when you're in school, of course school takes up time, but I think you can really build a good practice, a creative practice in school. Just finished senior year and graduate. Oh, wow. All right. So yeah, make that happen. All right. So what's this other painting? Which one are you talking about, Sterling? Finish senior year and graduate. That's cool. That's great. Yeah, I think that's what most seniors. I could forget the different age groups of people that I'm talking to. The other day, I was giving someone was asking me about is it possible to have an art career as an artist? And I can't see people's faces, but I started giving this advice, and it turns out they were like, "Oh yeah, but I'm 13." And in my mind, I'm going, "All right, so I'm still thinking to this person, talking to this person as if they might have this experience, but you don't share the same creative tips for a 13-year-old that you do with an adult. But the one next to the one that got the line, you sub, thank you for subbing. The one next to the one that got the line, one next to the one I'm drawing. Yeah, I'm kind of confused. Can you clarify that, Sterling? You're gonna have to clarify for me. I'm not exactly sure which one you're talking about, my friend. So this line probably has to be, this line from here to here has to be about the same. So we're gonna go right there. And just gonna come down at this very corner here. You'll love to know what the yeah, this one. So, thought process. A whole lot. So this is actually a book that I'm studying from. So this is just a book. Now, so answer one question at a time. Stolen, if you could clarify what you're asking, but Luna Cat. So while I draw, you want to know the thought process for the painting back there. So the thought process for this painting back here. I'm having trouble exactly remembering whether this was called a piece from black. So from black is a series that I have where I literally just start with the color black and then work from there. And I can't remember if this is one of them because it has a green background. Trying to remember. Well, anyway, the overall process was I wanted to create an idea based on a red circle. So I do love the idea of a red circle. I paint a lot of red circles. And I think this is probably one of the first things that I put on here. And then I went around with a whole bunch of other ideas and started putting them together. This is called the One-Eyed Monster. So, you know, it's a whole bunch of different things in one. Eyes. I was like, oh, hey, what kind of words can I put on here that might make it interesting? Or, you know, whatever came to my mind. Some of the works that I do are very improvisational. Like, you know, from black, the entire series is basically, let me start with black and then see what I could create from there. Or, you know, let me just start with these colors that might not work together and just see what I can do. Or, you know, let me just start with a red dot and red circle and figure out from there. So, you know, that's probably how I started this piece. I can't remember the exact one. I actually live streamed it at some point. I don't know where it is. But, you know, pieces like this, my abstract works, I start with like one simple idea and then I start to improvise the rest of it. So if I try to remember my thought process, I was like, oh, let me, you know, make some teeth. And then what if I give this creature a beard? And then, you know, what might make this more interesting? Oh, let me kind of like, you know, what does this look like to you? That's up to you to decide. But I added a bunch of other stuff and it all came together and this is what came of it. Quite a few pieces. Let's do a little show and tell. So you have to go now, but God bless and hope I have an amazing life. Thank you, Mava. All right, so let's do a little show and tell here. Trying to find a way to put this down without it falling. All right, so here's another piece. This is my paintings based on Vincent van Gogh's drawing. So Vincent van Gogh did a sketch on paper of like 4 different drawings in rectangle fashion, and this is based on those. So basically I took his drawing that he didn't paint and I made paintings out of them. And it's not exactly in his style, but it does have that post-impressionist design to it. So this is one of the paintings. What's the meaning of this abstract project for you? The meaning of it? You know, the meaning is self-expression. Express yourself and come up with clever ideas. Don't be afraid to improvise. Don't be afraid to do things differently. I mean, you know, it means so many things to me, and a lot of it might be more or less appeal to a larger audience. Here's a painting I did. It's actually based on Melrose. This is like an abstract, figurative. One time I was on a Melrose Avenue in Los Angeles, and I just drew this sketch, and did this quick sketch on Melrose, and I decided to do this painting of it. I actually made this drawing like a couple years ago. I painted it recently, but I did the drawing a couple years ago. What else? So many here. Like I made a moody and grumpy teenager calm and act mature with your art. 7, one in life. Well, thanks, I guess. Yeah, hey, Los Angeles, good place to be. So this is actually a painting I did based on The Sower. It's called The Sower Goes to Hollywood. So Vincent van Gogh, he was a big fan of this artist named Jean-Francois Millet, or Millet, I guess. And there's a character. This character is based on an original character from Jean-Francois Millet that Vincent van Gogh had drawn multiple times. And I decided to take it and come up with my own quirky little Hollywood, visiting Hollywood type thing in the spirit of that. And let me see, what else? What do I have here? Here's a painting of a foster cat I did. This is one of my foster cat. You know, if you like cats, foster kitten. This is one of my From Black pieces. So, this is what I was talking about earlier when I said From Black. So I pretty much started, I know for sure this was a From Black piece, but I pretty much started with like the color black, because I think it's a very difficult, it's often considered a very difficult color to work with. People say like, oh, black's not a natural color. Like, you know, there's no black in nature. So a lot of people shy away from it because some art teacher told them not to use black at one point. I don't know. But I love the color. I think it's one of the most fascinating colors in art because it's like just so powerful. It stands out so much, and it is underappreciated for its symbolism or its meaning in art. And it's very powerful. And it's also difficult to work with. So, you know, I love the challenge of putting black onto this canvas and then, you know, painting over it and making it look, you know, interesting, but also, you know, having the colors stand out. So this is one of my From Black pieces. Let's see what else we got here. This is actually the painting that's on my shirt. You can actually order shirts of this painting. So this is Le Pot aux Fleurs de Noël. So this is the pot of flowers from Christmas, or maybe it's the jar of flowers from Christmas. But yeah, really playing with some fun pop designs on this one. Those roses, I really liked how these roses came out, because with everything around the side of it, the roses really popped. You know, they kind of look like bells, except they're red and they're roses. So, yeah, these are some of my recent, or not so recent pieces. I hope that was a helpful share. Let's see. Cat painting is something your grandmother would have in her home. So vintage and nostalgic. Cool. All right. Well, thanks for sharing that. Good to know that people, you can see disfigured and disassembled monster faces with colors as a background. Yeah, yeah. That's I guess that's what it ends up turning out to be, right? Like, the other element of From Black is I don't go in with a plan, because I can't stand that quote in an artistic sense. You know, maybe if you're like in the military or if you're in business, or, you know, but I can't stand the quote, if you failed to plan, you plan to fail. I was told that so many times as a kid growing up that I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do stuff that doesn't require planning. Or, you know, I'm going to go do art where I don't plan the art, because I can't stand that quote. And so that's, you know, maybe it's a poke at quotes that I didn't like from childhood. So, you know, those From Black paintings, I start with black and then I improvise everything else. Like, I literally try to go in with a totally blank mind of not having any like plan other than starting with the color black. And then as I progress and I start to add stuff, I'm like, oh, okay, you know, maybe I'll try this, maybe I'll try that. But one thing I will say is it helps. It's also, you know, on a deeper level for myself, it's, you know, is it possible to come from a place of like total blankness? Probably, I mean, technically probably not, but especially since I'm saying from the beginning that I'm going to use the color black. But at the same level, you know, it's just that challenge to myself of what can come out if you don't have these, what can you make if you don't have these expectations, if you haven't created this expectation or plan of what something has to look like. Coolest artists I've ever met. Usually artists don't talk that much. It's hard for you to understand. All right, well, like, you know, I appreciate you say that, but, you know, I do try to like make things easy to understand. So I don't know. So out of curiosity, what did you feel was hard to understand? Because I do value the skill of communicating in a way that people can understand. And, you know, I don't like it when artists get too like overly esoteric. Like, oh, well, you know, I was trying to capture the... I think I'm making fun of it, which isn't good because, you know, every artist has their own way of doing things or whatever. But I try not to get too highbrow, so to put it. Like, oh, well, I was trying to capture the essence of the beauty of the science of the spiral Fibonacci sequence of this flower. You know, I try not to get like that, but everyone in your generation breathes a little brain rot. Oh, okay. Meaningful words and sentences. Oh, okay. All right, so like, it's hard to understand, but like, you're still, it's like, it feels like it makes sense in a unique way, right? Is that what you're saying? It's relatable, at least, like, in a sense. Like, it might be hard to understand, but it's like relatable, so it speaks to you in some way. The ideas feel like they communicate an idea that's in a way useful, I hope. For words and sentences, yes. So as I work on this drawing right here, I will share a little bit of progress in a moment, but so far been deeply engaged in sharing some of my ideas. So here we go. We're gonna extend this thumb out. And how long does that need to be? That needs to be a little bit longer than this finger. Maybe double the length. 1, 2. So 2.5 from there to there. 2.5 from there to there. So 1, 2. So it needs to end a little bit above the fingertip. Oh, sort of taken something a millennial would say. It's like something a millennial would say. Yes, kind of. I feel like your word. Anyone can relate. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. No, yeah, hey. This is what I'm here for. Now I know for YouTube, for like streamers, a lot of streamers play video games. And you know, that's like the standard, right? The standard of streaming is keeping people entertained with video, you know, being able to say random funny stuff while playing a video game. And I find that a skill in itself. But I think the value that artists can really do is that despite being so engaged in artwork, we can really have an opportunity to share a lot of the things we do. Whereas, you know, I've done game streaming before, but I don't know, I just didn't feel like I was really having the opportunity to share part of myself. And I think artists can really do that. And I feel like more artists should share more. And you know, I feel that I definitely have the opportunity because of people such as yourself who, you know, ask these questions, you know, these things to have the conversation about. Otherwise, I wouldn't even think to talk about that, right? So yeah, you being here to have this, to be able to ask these things, to discuss, is as much a part of my live streams as me just doing this is. I was talking to my producer, and by producer I mean someone who actually regulars my YouTube channel, is always there, and I just call them my co-producer now. So as I was discussing with my co-producer, I was saying how I definitely want my channel to be like, you know, more about having a variety of conversations with all sorts of different people and be engaging in that way. So here we go. I'm glad you find it interesting, Lunacat. Really appreciate that. And we can keep it that way. So you wonder, what if you aren't really there? Like, no one actually conscious, but rather like an NPC. Maybe like I'm the only one conscious and really alive. Okay. Let's see. Well, maybe I've felt like that, but not explained in that way. Now, here's the funny thing is, on TikTok, a lot of streamers are actually playing like NPCs. And I think in the future, especially with AI, you know, you're going to have people or AI streaming like me just streaming. But what you're saying, you know, no one actually conscious. Like, you're the only person conscious, right? Like, I've definitely had that thought. Like, in my own, the world of Emmett Ferguson, in my own world, Huzzah Creative, in my own personal like, life experience, what exists in my conscious is the only thing that exists as far as I know, right? Or something like that. Is that too woo-woo for you? I don't know. I've had those thoughts. But yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that, but something similar. Right. I mean, I can't prove that you exist. Can't prove that. So, right, like what I don't really know. It's definitely something that's like a thought that I might have, but I really, you know, don't what would I really do with that idea is the question. I think what I would do with that idea, yeah, I mean, it's definitely some fun food for thought. You know, you can't really prove that people exist. We all might as well be a simulation. Like, that's what the movie The Matrix is about. I don't know, you seem younger, and, you know, you should maintain your privacy so you don't need to share anything, but the reason why I even said that is because there's this movie called The Matrix, and I feel like people under the age of 25 or 27, probably not everyone has seen it, or 25 maybe. It's probably like one of those old school movies for the new generations, but it's an incredibly powerful concept that is explored in The Matrix. This idea of what if people are just NPCs? What if people are just, you know, projections of reality? You know, I feel funny explaining this idea based on a movie, The Matrix, because you know, growing up, you have people explain things from movies that are like before your time, and now I feel like I'm doing that. Movies before people's times. Anyway, what's a good nail color? Cat.
Yeah?
Cat, what's a good nail color? Pick one.
Well, I like this coral color.
A coral. All right, I'm gonna go with color coral. I guess this pink. So we're gonna do pink coral colored nails. By the way, I do like to make my streams interactive. So right now I'm gonna ask for a recommendation for a color. What color do you think this block that the hand is on should be filled in with? And we'll work with that color. So I'm going with some coral nails right now. So I'm gonna do some of the nails first on this, and we're gonna go with the coral. And let's go with a coral nail over here. And yes, I am asking you, Luna Cat, what do you think is a good color to fill in the block? All right, so we've got two colored nails right now. Two nails. Just, what would be an art piece for this? What would an art piece for the thought look like? Yeah, no worries. Well, hey, my Twitch stream is fairly new, so I'm just barely getting that built up. And the people on YouTube are pretty quiet. I find like on YouTube there's a lot of, for lack of a better term, lurking. Like people just kind of just chilling, not really wanting to say much. And I do that too. Like I'll go on a YouTube live stream and won't say anything. So it's all good. You can dominate the stream. You can feel free to dominate this stream. No one will be upset at you. And it helps give me material. So here we go. I am working. So teal. Teal. All right. So I guess I'm gonna go with a tealish. So here we go. We're gonna do a little bit of a share in a moment. I guess this is a teal. They call this parrot green, pyrite. And I'm gonna do something a little different right now. I'm gonna make this nice and thick, but I'm gonna go add a variety of greens through it here. So here we go. So what would our piece for that look like for me? So here's what it says. If you could see it. Might be a little blurry. Alright. This camera doesn't really work that up close, but as you can see, it's like barite, B-A-R-I-T-E green. I can't see if that's parite or barite. But it's definitely not a Y. The second letter is definitely not a Y, it's an A. So, yeah. I know pyrite is a fool's gold. Naming's cook.
Alexa, how much time is left on the timer?
Yeah, barite, barite. Oh yeah, back to your, what would an art piece, like everybody around you, I can't really prove. I'm the artist, I should know. So what would an art piece, yeah, you know, honestly, I don't know. Like, I probably don't have an answer for that question, to be honest with you. It's a very profound question. What would a painting look like to describe a world where other people don't exist? See, it's funny because I don't usually paint in that way. I don't make my art based on a concept like that. I'm more of like, hey, what's on my mind? And, you know, yeah, but that would be a powerful idea. And I guess it's a concept that I could definitely explore at some point. Maybe this is the art. Alexa, off. Maybe this is the art itself. You know, this interaction between us two. It's like, this is the art that we're making. This idea of, you know, we can't prove anyone exists, so, you know, it doesn't matter whether we're communicating online or anywhere else. Like, what if I am just talking to AI? Are you AI? Are you AI, Luna?
I'm AI.
Kat in the other room says she's AI.
Girlfriend is AI.
Kat says she's AI, yeah. Alright, so we're going to go into this teal, and let's go bring in some of this yellow highlight. So let's go. find it interesting that no matter what I do, like my first few drawings of the day, like I could draw for like 5 days in a row. But no matter what I do, my first few drawings are usually scrappable. Not living, breathing. How could I say such a thing? Right. Yeah, exactly. So is there anybody who can even like have that conversation? Like, you're not real.
I am not real.
Yes.
Is there a fruit bowl?
A football?
Fruit bowl.
Fruit bowl.
Fruit. Has to be eaten. Should be covered with.
All right, so here we go. I'll share a little progress on here. We started with the teal, but I went ahead and added some texture onto this piece with the yellow and green. I guess teal is part green. But now let's go into this hand and start to tighten up these details. Let's see, what do I want to do as far as this hand goes? I need a nice dark color to work with. Thinking through the creative ideas here. So I need a nice dark color to work with. I've got a yellow, green, black, got red nails. So, we'll go good with yellow, red, orange, yellow, green. I already did a blue hand. So let's do like shades of orange and yellow. Let's do that. Alright. No, I already did yellow. I don't like the green. So you know what? We're going to hit with purple. We're going to hit this with purple. So yeah, I like to also talk through some of my color choices and stuff. Oh yeah, I should do shadow first. So purple shadow is what we're doing first. Do all artists have buff forearms and biceps? You know, I know a couple artists that have buff forearms and biceps.
You're pretty buff.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I know a few artists that have that. So, you know, thanks for noticing. And yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind. Maybe that's a new name, a buff artist.
Yeah.
But these muscles from drawing. Yeah, I guess they could be. You know, especially with oil pastels, you do a lot of like, you know, a lot of vigorous work.
Heavy lifting art.
Yeah. There's a lot of vigor.
Well, if you were a sculptor with a chainsaw, then. Like,
Oh yeah, no, sculptor with a chainsaw.
I saw an artist in Sumter make this entire wooden sculpture with a chainsaw, and he was a Viking.
He was dressed as a Viking?
No, he was a Viking.
What do you mean?
He was from Norway.
So he was dressed as a Viking?
No, he was an actual Viking. That was his ancestor.
Oh.
His name is Tomas. He was from Norway. And he specialized in Viking type of art.
Cool.
And he was this big Norseman type guy.
Oh yeah.
Heavy drinker, heavy laughter, very huge presence, very tall, muscular. It's like he could attract a big crowd of women surrounding him while he did his sculpture outside the Sumter County Art Museum.
Yeah. So, muscles come from exercise, definitely for sure. Right. Or, I mean, it depends on your artwork, I guess. But, yeah, hey, thanks, Lunacat. Thanks for tuning in. Hope to see you next time, and hope to hear some interesting new questions. It sounds like you've really got some ideas streaming around in the mind, in your mind, and some philosophical, some esoteric, some just shower thoughts, right? Just random shower thoughts. And if you've ever needed someone to share those with or ask questions with, this stream is the place to be for that, for sure. So, thanks for tuning in. I definitely do not mind unusual questions. And with that, have a great one. Look forward to seeing you pop in the chat next time. And here we go. Oh yeah, here's some progress before we go. So I went with some red fingernails, and right now just painting in the detail around the edge. And at some point we will make sure that that this all comes together as we start to build out these color choices.
Alexa, what time is it?
It's 12:45 p.m.
Yeah, hey, great. Thank you. Yeah, great chatting with you too. And yeah, see you on the next one. I'll stream be streaming more often. I just recently got on Twitch, so you picked a good time to be one of the first people on my live stream, first people in my Twitch live streams. So if anyone ever asks if one day my name becomes a household name, and you're like, yeah, I was one of the first people to be on Emmett Ferguson Huzzah Creative's live streams.
I must go.
And I'm actually saying that now to you, which it gives you credibility. Whereas, there's always like an artist. There's always like some person who's like, yeah, I was the first person to start listening to Tupac before he got famous. Or I was the first person, I was listening to Odd World or Tyler the Creator before he got famous. But you can never really verify those things. But right now it's verifiable on Twitch.
All right, bye.
All right, later, babe. Take care. See you
next year. Yeah.
See you in a couple. You come back in a couple hours?
Probably.
Okay. A couple hours or a couple days? Couple days. All right, see ya.
Bye.
All right, and the girlfriend has left the house. Left the apartment. Time to throw a party, people. Okay, so here we go. Working in tightening up these details around the thumb here. All right, you're back. Welcome back. Good times. That was quick. So you went to a different stream and there wasn't anything interesting? So here we go. What we're working with is we're going to go in with like a lighter purple here across the finger. Just a nice gentle purple. And we're going to go like this. So here we go. And just getting in some of the subtler details of the shading. All right, cool. Yeah, no, that's great. I hope I can help entertain you as you eat your meal. I mean, here's the thing, like TV dinners. I've totally watched TV while eating. But if you can find something more interesting, more entertaining, that's awesome. All right, so I'm still working on deciding on the final details of this hand here. And what I'm thinking I'm going to do is go in with a very, I guess this is probably the lightest purple I have. This is a, let's look at this color name. Pale blue. Pale blue. How come they can't come up with a pale purple? Let's see. Let me find the palest purple I can find. Look at how close these two colors are. They look almost exactly alike. One is perma violet, and the other cobalt violet light. So just because it says the word light, we're gonna go do that. Very nice. Well, I'm glad you think so, Luna Cat. And I'm sure at some point, one day, things will pick up. But here's also the other thing that I've been thinking about recently. And you're joining in on my creative process here as far as streaming content goes. What I find really interesting is that I think when I do have more followers, I don't know if I'd be able to give the same amount of time or the same level of interaction. So I don't know. I'm curious to see how I handle that in the future. Which, you know, for sure there will be more viewers. But I've had times when there's like 5 or 6 people in the room, and it's like hard to really do the whole interactive thing. You know, at some point, I think it's going to depend on a community of people who are, you know, just connected and chatting, not necessarily just with me, but around, you know. We'll see how that goes. I think it's an interesting challenge for content creators, live streamers, because they really have to consider, like, how do I still continue to engage with the people viewing while also growing a stream? Just some creative thoughts. Do you ever plan on streaming? Is that something you'd like to do? Do you one day dream of becoming a top leading Twitch streamer? So, anyway, we're gonna go in with this purple. We're just gonna do some subtle color shifts as we do this. I forgot, because you feel like when there are thousands of people watching your stream, you can only pick a few people to talk to. Okay, someone who donates. Yeah. No, I mean, that's one way, right? Right. At some point, you know, I think YouTube has a system where people who are subscribed to you in a certain way have priority access in chat. So that's one way, for sure. That's an idea. But I appreciate you helping me brainstorm. So here as I go into this, I'm working to, and I'll share some progress along the way here. Just working to fill in the space, but I don't want to fill it in too dark. I want to leave some room for color variety. You know, I was also thinking, stuff, the stream is not for you, besides it's not like you. Yeah, you think about this stuff all the time. That's fantastic. Well, maybe you'll be a producer one day, you know, because you think about, because your mind's thinking about this, like, you know, all the business stuff of how, you know, these streams happen or whatever. But you know what? You can also, you don't have to be good at video games or drawing. You know, some people just want to know, like, hey, there's this person streaming, Luna Cat streams, and she just talks about all this stuff that's on their mind. You know, Luna Cat streams just is just about all this random stuff, and some people can just relate to that. I think that's part of why you're even here, is, you know, this unusual relatability of the things that are on our minds. I mean, I don't want to call it unusual, but maybe, you know, in a sense, it's not what, as you said earlier, it's not stuff that people are talking about all the time on every stream. And I think at the deepest level, the reason why people are online so much is really just to find their circle, find people who share their interests, to connect with people who share the same quirks. It's a great place to find your people. So here we go. So we've got this other hand right now, and what we're working on right now is to fill in the rest of the colors to really solidify what we're working with. Oh, yeah, you prefer to stay anonymous. That's cool. That's great. The anonymity and privacy is super important, for sure. I think it could be easy to get lost, to forget how valuable it is until you actually start to lose it. So why not keep it in the first place, right? I guess it's the risk of the risk that we all take if we want to be live streamers. It's part of the game. Part of the game of life. So I'm planning out a little bit, trying to think of what color to go deep in the hands with, because I've got this purple hand thing going on. Right now I'm trying to think if I want to go in with like a lighter blue, or I want to use like a light purple. It's purple, and maybe we'll go in with let's see, purple. And let's go with a little bit of red. Let's punch this up by adding some reds. Like this is a color we're using. Oh yeah, this is actual purple. Now this looks like a red purple to me, but this is just purple. So maybe I should use this color from the first place. But so this color is going to help us solidify this hand here. Red purple it is, yeah. All right, so we'll give a little bit of progress in here in a moment. All right, and we need to do one more. We need to keep this also another shade. So I guess if we're gonna do a shade in the back, I need to do. Let's go like this. Let's carve out. So I had to carve out a little bit of space for this finger here. And here we go. One of the most distracting things for me is once I get into like filling large spaces. I don't know why I feel like filling large spaces requires tons of concentration, but you know, the actual like activity of doing the drawing does not, I don't get too distracted. But here we go. So let me get the shadows, and then we could get a nice, fun little update of where we've come, where we are. And we need to create the separation of shadow along the bottom of the thumb here. Let's get a little bit of a shadow around the nail. The nail needs a shadow, another shadow around the nail here. And let's see, where do we see shadows? I'm seeing a shadow right there. And let's see, you think you just want to live a standard life, find a boyfriend or girlfriend, climb the corporate ladder, build a family. Yeah, okay, that's the usual stuff. But you know what's funny is like that doesn't sound like the usual stuff anymore. Like I feel like a lot of people aren't thinking of like that nowadays. You know, they're not thinking about the standard, like, oh, what, you know, they're like trying to figure out. Like, I think that what you think is the normal stuff is like actually rarer nowadays. I guess what I'm trying to say. Which I find interesting. The traditional home concept of a home life is no longer the standard. So I need to create some contrast between the hand and the shadows. So we're going to do that by adding in a bit of yellow. Okay. It's orthodox. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very good that you're able to imagine doing that, for sure. It's great to know what you want as early as possible. So went ahead with this purple hand, decided to make it like purple. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go around the outside, and let's go ahead and just finalize it with a surrounding color. Usually when I finally put these colors around it, it does so much to just improve what it looks like. So these aren't your typical hands because these are actually based on statues. So like, you know, a variety of statues that are put into these positions. Let's go like this. I gotta make this design come down more here. And there we go. All right, I think we're gonna call it this piece pretty much done. But just a fun little hand. Decided to go with the purple, which makes it look a little different. Again, these are studies, like just fun little studies. Of course, I add my own touch to it. One thing, the drawings, it's just the drawing, but it's just filling in the color, just experimenting with a variety of different colors and ideas, concepts, and making it your own. So have you seen any good shows or movies lately, Luna Cat? I saw this movie the other day. It was called... Oh, shoot, what was it called? I think I might have shared this. Was it, did we talk about, No One Will Save You? And I saw Fallout 2. That's another good show. I don't know if you've watched any of that, but there's a movie I saw. It was called No One Will Save You. It's pretty fun. It was about a girl getting trapped in a house in the middle of nowhere. Like, this house, there's nobody around. She gets trapped and there's an alien invasion, and she has to fight to survive. And I think they did a really good job with it. So I don't know if that's something you normally watch, but it's a good show, or a good movie. I liked it. So we are on our next hand now. We're moving on from our previous hand. And I'll continue to share some thoughts along the way. It's on Netflix called How to Date Billy Walsh. Okay. What was that about? Sounds like a dating or movie about dating. Who's Billy Walsh? And this is about 1, 2, 2.5 of these. So one, 2.5. So you watch romance coming of age things because that's what teens watch. Yeah, I guess so. That's cool. Well, that's great. Yeah, coming of age stories. I mean, I think they even have a powerful. They're powerful even for adults, because we'll think about like, oh, that was something I did back then. It's just a fun way to reflect on life and stuff. And I think this coming of age, for regardless of what age you are, whether it's coming of age like into your college age, coming of age into your first career, like that show Good Trouble. There's a really good show called Good Trouble, or coming of age into your 60s, 70s, 80s, anything like that. So let's see, romance movie about a guy who likes his girl's best friend. Say it, and a transfer guy goes there to school. He's all hot and popular. All right, sounds like a classic teen drama for sure. Good old classic teen dramas. Yeah, I watched Friends for the first time. That show Friends. like the very first episode. I mean, I never watched like the first episode of Friends. I've seen maybe like 5 episodes, but I decided to watch that, and it was pretty good, I will say. Obviously, it won a lot of awards, and you know, it's one of the most successful shows on television, but I never watched it myself, and I was actually quite amused at the show. So I'm going to go right here, and we're going to bring this down. It's like going viral. Oh, the movie about Billy Walsh is going viral on TikTok. So is that why you watched it? You saw it on TikTok? Someone was talking about it on TikTok, or did you watch it for other reasons? Let's see. So this finger needs to go past here. Yeah, everybody is definitely influenced by TikTok. Doesn't matter how old you are. TikTok is probably, I mean, TikTok, I work in film and TV, and there's like super grown dudes and dudettes and women and whatever gender people identify with. You know, I know all sorts of people that are on TikTok, and they constantly talk about it. Like, you know, it doesn't matter their job. They could be, you know, have jobs of influence. And like, I know one really successful journalist who's won awards that spends a lot of time on TikTok. I will start streaming on TikTok as soon as I reach 1,000 followers on there. It's taken me a bit of time. I was live streaming for a little bit and doing pretty well, but then something happened to my account. It didn't get banned or anything, but just something happened to my account. They didn't let me stream anymore. So I have to work back to get back to 1,000 followers, and then I can stream again. But yeah, I would totally be streaming on TikTok. It's a great, amazing platform. And yeah, I'm not surprised that people are being influenced by it whatsoever. Do I have a story from when I was a teenager? Yeah, I guess I have stories, but I don't know like really how to share them. You know, it's like, how do you share stories? I used to do some really goofy things as a teenager. Like, and this is a dumb dude, growing up a dumb dude teenager. Like, me and my friends would punch ourselves in the face. Stupid stuff, like, you know, it's just really dumb stuff. Let me try to think of something that sounds a little bit, like, I don't know. Let's see. Goose Pasha, hello, welcome. I'm trying to think of something smart I did as a teenager. I don't know, playing like Punch for Punch as a kid. You gotta give me like a genre. I once snuck out. Yeah, I feel like my stories from childhood are not necessarily mostly the best ones to tell. Because a lot has happened since then. But let's see. I once snuck out. Or we were supposed to be at somebody's house. I was supposed to be at somebody's house, but we tried to sneak out and go to like some party. And then somebody's parents called and said that my parents had gotten together, and the parents were like, okay, we're going to pick you up at this place and we expect you all to be there. So obviously we weren't there, and we had to run all the way back home, which was like 3 miles. And along the way, I stopped at I had to use the bathroom really bad. And I don't condone this, but we'd been drinking and all that, and I stopped somewhere along the way. Like, we had to like jump fences and go through the woods and do all this to get to where we were going. And then suddenly someone called and said that we had to be somewhere. And then along the way, I had to use some crazy bushes for the bathroom for number 2. I don't know. I mean, teenager stories. I guess I haven't really had to practice telling a teenage story in a while. Hey, sorry for interrupting. Live popped up randomly. Can you know what's going on? Shri Kashna, Emmy. Oh yeah, hey, so many Goose Pasha. Let me share with you in a second. I just want to finish the line work on this piece, and I'll share it with you. Just give me a few moments, please, and I will definitely entertain the question. Yeah, I mean, my teenage stories are like, I worked a lot. I worked through high school, pretty much all of high school. Yeah, but not pretty much. I did work through all of high school. So I don't really know what to share there that won't incriminate me in a teenage drama way. But also, what I do find interesting, though, is being a teenager back when I was a teenager, was there wasn't as many cameras, so you could get away with a lot more stuff. All right, so I finished the line work, and Sri Krishna Sai. So here is a project that we're working on. So we're working on this hand and this other hand, and we're gonna create something out of this. All right, Quartz Edits. So how are you failing art? Please explain that to me, because I believe that failing art is an art in itself. I mean, I'm assuming you're saying like in class you're failing art, or do you mean like you just think you're so bad at it that you're failing art? And by the way, just to clarify, everybody, I am streaming on Twitch and YouTube, which means we might be having different conversations. But everybody records the slightest things these days. Yeah, post online. So I feel like the kids these days definitely have to be more careful with what they do, who they hang out with, because everything's posted online. It's crazy. I can't even begin to imagine how annoying that can be for some people. So anyway, Alright, let's see what we're going to do here. We're going to go with... What color do I want to use for this? I'm going to go with a dark... Let's use some flesh tones for this. I'm going to go with like a dark... Start with like a brown. I'm going to do this dark brown area here. So the teacher gave you a bad score. You know, if the art teacher's giving you a bad score, it's probably because they don't like you. And I'm not saying that so bluntly in the sense of like you're an unlikable person. I'm just saying that in the sense like, you know, there's no reason. Because I think what art really ultimately comes down to is the person, right? The artist. Who is the artist creating it? What made them create what they created? And for an art teacher to be like that, you know, there must have been something that you did that offended them in some way. Which, you know, they should definitely keep their personal judgment out of it, but at some level, I think pretty privilege gets one so far in life. Oh yeah, like people could definitely go way further being attractive in life than they can being unattractive. It's definitely something that can carry people places, that can take people places. So, yeah, Quartz, tell us about how your teacher gave you a bad score. That if you're comfortable doing that, I don't know. If you don't feel comfortable, then please don't do anything you're uncomfortable sharing. And I'm not saying that you did something wrong. I'm just saying, you know, for a teacher to do that. So everyone likes you when you're pretty. Everyone wants to talk to you, be friends with you, date you, and honestly, you can make millions of dollars by just looking at a camera. Yeah, that's definitely true, Lunacat. So Emmy, you're leaving. All right, well, take care. Thanks for jumping in or you know, being here for the time you were. We'll chat later for sure. You know, share some updates next time whenever you're here. Totally open to see. Unfortunately, you know, I can't see who's actually in the room. I can only see that I have a certain amount of people in here. So if you're ever just like chilling there, yeah, just say whatever randomly comes to your mind. And right now I'm noticing that I have to do this separation between the hand and the object. Chicken butt, right. You know, here's a funny story with the word chicken butt. So, I was like at work one day, and you know, you go into these I don't even know what it means, but I don't even know what chicken butt really means, honestly. But I was at work, and I was going into like a Zoom meeting, and there was a manager with another employee. And I guess they don't know that I was there or something. But in the room, he had like been texting the manager had been texting somebody. He's like, "Hey, chicken butt." I don't know. It was to this other employee, and I didn't really know what to think. I didn't introduce myself as soon as I jumped in. I just thought it was funny. I always wonder, like, did they know I was there? Because it announces that you're there, but not always obvious. It's not always obvious. And that was the first time I heard anybody calling anybody chicken butt. And I have no clue what the heck chicken butt is. But you know what, when it comes to, say, yeah, sure. Alexa, what does chicken butt mean?
From a-z-animals.com. This part of the chicken's body is the long leg area between the foot and the hop.
Okay, that wasn't really helpful. I'll have to look up what chicken butt means on Urban Dictionary at some point, because I really am curious. So what do they? You look it up. All right, cool. All right, working through some of the shadows here, just slowly and finally adding some of the details. And here we go. Sorry. '60s, USA, butchers would yell out prices of the cuts of chicken. Chicken butts was one of them. Chicken butt, 15 cents a cut. Chicken butts are actually shoulders. Chickens are funny. Butts are funny. Chicken butts are incalculably funny. Here's what I could find. Is that what the AI told you? That's funny. All right, so I guess chicken butts are funny, right? Chicken butts are hilarious. So I got to find another color for this thing that's being held here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go with a yellow and an orange. We're going to go with yellow and orange to fill in this space. Actually, this needs to be darker. Dark orange red. So we're going to do that. Let's go with this. And you don't use AI. User. That's because you don't know how to. Yeah, I guess a lot of AIs can be pretty difficult, but that's good though, because in school I've heard of so many teachers who are, I've spoken with teachers who have been talking about how they're dealing with so many students using AI nowadays. And it can start to become an issue as students start to become dependent on it. So I guess not using AI is probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing that you're not an AI pro, because it forces you to to learn to do certain things without AI. So Melanie Pacheco, welcome back. You made it back. I don't know if this is offensive. But I remind you of your dad. Hey, that's cool. All right. I don't know why I keep saying cool. Remind me. Every time I say that word, tell me not to use it, please, if you're watching. Because I've used that word like 30 times in this live stream, and I need to change it up. I can't stand when I use the same word like more than a few times. So anyway, here we go. All right, Melanie, what's going on? So Melanie, what have you been up to since you've been gone? Have you changed the world? Have you helped another life? Have you made someone laugh? All right, so Lunacat says, with oil pastels, that's how I know what those are. Used to draw with them. Oh, you used to draw with your dad. All right, that's nice. I almost said the C word that time. Am I working on a new art piece? Yeah. So I wouldn't. I mean, this is all. I mean, these are all just like, you know, individual pieces. But right now, just working on this hand here, and I'm gonna go in and solidify this with a nice light color. I still haven't decided what that color could be. Probably pink and an ochre. Let's go with a pink and ochre. And here we go. I'll continue to, you know, share some more updates as we go. But Lunacat, so where do you? So I'm curious. Like, where do you? You know, you've been mentioning people in class. Where do you get your life advice from usually? I find that an interesting question because at one point, and I think some people get them from like, so do you like make it up? Like I think I grew up getting most of my advice from like either TV or like web forums, like internet forums. And as unusual as it sounds, I would like there was like chat rooms and stuff that I could go on to. But do you get your advice from like TikTok and stuff? So Melanie, thanks. It's looking good so far. Yeah, I know. The internet is a terrible place for advice. That's why in my teens I made a lot of dumb choices. For sure. So, Melanie, you get your advice from books. That's a great way to get advice. Like, are you talking like nonfiction books, or do you mean, are you talking nonfiction or fiction? Like you learn from the stories of various people. Most of them are scams. Most of what are scams and fake? Most of learn from stories and that's a great way to learn though. And I think at the truth of that is like stories are the best way to learn. And it's probably the only way we've learned throughout most of history, right? Like the art of learning from stories and people's experiences has really started to dwindle quite a lot. So here we go. Filling in this space with a variety of color here. Filling this in with like reds and pink. Oh, so my YouTube, Luna, is Lucky EMF. So if you look up Lucky Lucky EMF at Lucky EMF on YouTube, you'll find me there. But yeah, TikTok, I mean, there's definitely a lot of scams and fakes for sure. Now, that's one thing though. The live streamers really stand out on TikTok, I think, because you can see who they are. But edits, welcome back. It's been a minute, huh? What you been busy with soccer? Edits is the man. Edits the man. All right. So going into this, and we're gonna go in with a couple of different colors to fill this space here. So yeah, for sure. And Apple, hey, all right. So you have joined the YouTube. Thanks so much for taking the effort to sign out and sign back in. This way you can like be a part of a multi-person conversation. I guess it can be confusing that I'm streaming on multiple places and then like, different conversations are happening. But I also find it just interesting that I can, do so. So edits, what's going on? Season's over now. Soccer season's over. Okay. Well, I hope you did well. How did you do? Tell us about your soccer season, your future soccer star. What is the life of a future soccer star like? Get it. It's alone. Yeah. Well, hey. You have found your way. You are not lost. So here we go. 9 goals, 2 assists in 19 games. Let's see. All right. 9 goals, 2 assists, 10 games. All right. Well, hey, I think that's pretty good, right? Edits? Is that up to your personal standards? Now, it doesn't matter if all together that's I don't know what like the numbers would look like, but do you consider that good for yourself? Did you hit your goal, or do you feel like you could have done better? Become the judge of yourself. So I'll share another update here in a few moments as I get down into the nitty-gritty of these color choices here. I'm gonna go around this with with some green. 11 goal contributions. Nice. Well, congratulations on a good season, Edits. You're on your way to greatness. Just keep it up, my friend. If you can stick it through the hard times, you'll do great. You will do amazing things. Melanie Martinez. Yeah. Oh, Melanie. All right. So 11 goal contributions. That sounds like a lot in 9 or 10 games. So a lot of goals plus some goal contributions. You are definitely going to be going places. Stick with it. And you'll be a top athlete in the future. I know it. I'm calling it now. Edits will be one of the leading athletes, leading soccer players in the next 20 years. All right. So, this hand configuration, I don't think I did that well. So if someone had 10 goals and 5 assists, they would have 15. Oh, okay, I see. Well, still sounds pretty amazing. So this one, I probably should have done the colors a little bit differently. It doesn't really stand out enough. And I'm wondering if I should keep pushing it or whether... And definitely the fingers are a little too thin, I feel like. Or maybe my shadows need to be a bit thicker. Let's go with some just thicker shadows, and let's see if that helps to solve our challenge here. And we're going to go with some thicker shadows up here. All right. Kimmich mentality. Chat is too manly. Oh yeah. Yup. Manly. He's a lefty. You don't know many lefties. Stone emoji. Kimmich mentality. Okay, cool. So Kimmich. I guess he's an artist, or he's a athlete. Yeah, I mean, you gotta be definitely if you're a top athlete like Edits is, you do have a certain energy about you that's different, and I think it's all good, right? Masculine energy, feminine energy, you all balance each other out. Like regardless of whether you're regardless of your gender identity as an athlete, athletes will still have a certain type of energy. And I was talking to this coach the other day, and it was a female coach, and she was like super like, bam, this is how it needs to be. This is how it needs to be. This is this call, and all these things, and yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was as manly. It's just a physical energy about people that are in sports. You can't be low energy and in sports. You can't. I don't think you could do well in almost anything that requires. Can be low of energy in anything that you want to get good at. But some things require feminine energy. And you know, energy can manifest in a variety of ways, right? Like, I don't mean like you have to be like, boom, 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 type A, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Like you know, you're about to jump out of a plane in like the army. I'm talking like, you know, the difference between energy of just like expression. It could be in the form of self-expression, right? Just a high energy, a positive energy, just the way you vibrate, the way you carry yourself, the colors that you wear, or like, you know, high energy. Energy can be silent too. Can we all be more femme? I don't know why. So how about, what do you feel that means, right? Like what do you feel is happening in this room right now, this stream that feels too man-coded? Because all I see is edits just enjoying talking about his successes. That's awesome, right? Like, we got to celebrate his successes. I mean, he could be talking about winning a pageant, and that would still be great. But, you know, that's not what he does. That's not what Edits does. He's a soccer player. There was someone in here talking about winning, you know, the Miss America pageant. I still think, like, yeah, Edits is fire. He's on fire right now. Alright, so I'm done with this hand. I think the next time I do it, if I look at some of the issues, I really got to work on establishing the light and the dark areas a little better and creating some more space. Maybe I can fix this up. I don't want to leave it just as is right now. How do we do this? We got to push away some of the dark area and define some of the lights. Miss Magic Jesus Passion. What? Okay. Magic Jesus. I guess, you know, it goes without saying that Jesus is magic. So, do we really need to establish that, or is it already established? Muchas gracias, afición. Esto es para vosotros. Sí. All right. So I don't know if I'll have to translate that later. Muchas gracias, afición. Esto es para whatever. Es para vosotros. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I was just reading what the Edits wrote. It sounds nice. So you do know soccer. Sui. Su. Su. Alright, check this out. Look, there's a lot of soccer talk going on. There we go. Alright, cool. Wonderful. It's a Gen Z meme. Yeah, I definitely have not heard about that. I've not heard about that, so it's new to me. All right, so I'm on to the next hand, and let's see. So let's do this next hand right here. I'm going to continue and y'all continue your exciting conversation here. So, Edits, why don't you tell us about some of your favorite goals, like your most memorable goals that you made during the season? Like, what would you say if you had a video about it? Like, you would be famous right now. Like, if someone recorded it and posted it online, it would go viral because of how good of a score it was. Or what would a video, like, if you were to post that and share it with like a future sports agent, what would be the best goal that you made? What happened? Who was it against? What was going on through your mind when you were just dominating the field? I think that's one thing that's really good is when you can really get into the mindset of like a high performance athlete. Because, when we think of sports, you think of like the technical stuff, right? Like how to run, how to like lift your legs, where to hit the ball, where to do like, all these technical things. But what you really don't hear about a lot of the time enough of is the athlete, like, the ideas that go through like Tom Brady's mind as he's like looking down the field. He's not able to really express that. I'm sure he can if you ask him, but like, that's not the stuff you really look at. Any soccer player, all these like quick spur of the moment decisions that you got to make on the field as you're like running through it. It's probably some pretty fascinating stuff. Quick, fast calculations. So let's see, match started, you're going against rivals. Great. All right, that's always a good start, the rivals. You were 1 nailed down. I'm guessing that's a goal. 20 minutes. Game's about an hour long, so we didn't have that much time. It's 1-0, 40 minutes. You score an equalizer. 5 minutes later, you have an easy chance running towards the goal to score an equalizer. All right. Just that's a nice way to finish it up. So basically you scored the first goal and then you assisted on the second goal and then you got the last goal. Is that right? I mean, obviously there's more to it the way you explain that story. That's pretty sweet. Good job. Get some footage of that. Yeah. Good stuff. So did you have like, as you were running toward the goal there, when you were going towards the field or whatever, like who were you up against? Did you know the people that were defending against you? Did you play with them before, or had you been watching them play and you could just tell that they were the right people that you were gonna fake out or whatever you did? There must have been some plan of attack, like, hey, let me run towards this person because I know that they can't block me. Or anything else that popped through the mind. A mind of a genius athlete, genius play. Oh, yeah, that coach that I was just talking about earlier, she was telling me how there's a lot of people who have that are very like athletic and technically skilled, but there's what's really missing for a lot of athletes, and it really separates the top athletes from like just the average ones, is like sports intelligence, sports IQ. And I don't really know what that means because I don't play sports right now. I just lift and run. But, being able to read a field, being able to read other athletes, being able to, quickly just calculate and scan and figure out the best move to things. That's quite a great thing that, it might not be easy to develop because I don't think coaches... my guess is modern coaches probably don't know how to teach like that sports IQ. They know how to teach the skills and the habits and how to kick a ball, how to hold the ball. If you're not playing soccer, obviously you can't hold the ball in soccer, but how to do those things. Yeah, sports IQ. Is that all it means to know a lot about a game? I guess so, huh? I kind of pictured just to have a good, being able to quickly read what's going on a field or whatever. So this is gonna be double that. So 1, 2. So I'm thinking 1. Ball knowledge. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't play soccer, so this is fairly new to me, but... that's going to be about the same length as that. So we're going to go like this. Alright, so right now I'm working through this hand piece right here. And we're going to go like so. Bring a couple lines down. Dribble. Yeah, I guess maneuvering the ball is called dribbling, right? It's just hard to think dribbling. I feel like soccer should have called it something else instead of dribbling in basketball, because dribbling in basketball makes sense. Dribble sounds like you're bouncing something up and down, but I don't know, for soccer, they should. I feel like some soccer people should have came up with a different word for it. Then again, soccer probably came before football or basketball, and they probably called it that before basketball even existed. Maybe. I don't know. So what's my favorite animal? Oof. I like dogs. Animals I like to watch. Hyenas? I like squirrels too. Yeah, squirrels are cool. I like hyenas because they laugh. I like elephants too. Soccer was the first sport, yeah. First evidence of real competitive sport was found in ancient China, where they would just kick a ball around. Yeah. Yes, I will give a progress report. See, let me finish some of the line work, and I'll give a little progress report here for a moment. But I want to finish the line work, because if I stop the line work, you know, you'll start to lose momentum. Keep that momentum going. And then this hand, it's about the same size as that. And we're almost done. To share some updates, need another moment or so. Share some exciting updates for y'all. All right. So here we go. We had this hand. I did it and I learned a lot from it, but we're working on this one now. So we're gonna jump into this and get the coloring and the shading done. So let's work on that piece. And this one should be pretty fun because it's a different angle of the hand. And what we're gonna do, so I got a purple, I got a red, purple, red. I wanna work with some green. The turtles are choking on plastic straws. Yo, that is horrible that turtles are choking on plastic straws. That's terrible, right? Like, let's save the turtles. Turtles are the longest, like, creatures that live the longest. They're some of the most ancient. And they harm nothing. Yet, what have we done to turtles except create a polluted ocean for them to live in? Save the turtles. Yes, I agree. I agree that we should save the turtles. And here's the thing that's great about saving turtles. If you could save turtles, you're basically saving every other aquatic animal that exists. Right? How nice is that? So it's like, you know, a nice little thing, nice little bonus to saving turtles. Not only do you save turtles, but you save the ocean, which is good for humanity. And you also save turtles. And whales. And everything else. Anything else that lives in the ocean that you could think of will ultimately be saved when we save the turtles. And that makes it worth doing. Okay. And here we go. I'm going to go down with this green here. You can tell the difference between turtles and sea turtles. Well, tell us tell us a little bit about that. How do you tell the difference between turtles and sea turtles? What's the difference? I don't really know that there was that much of a... I always thought turtles were sea turtles. And here we go. So this needs to go up to the knuckle and down. And we're going to go up to the knuckle and down. Sea turtles have fins. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? You mean flippers versus fins? All right, so here we go, progressing and pushing some of our wrist, really getting these wrinkles, the wrinkles of the hand here, really giving them some extra attention, because I think that's what's really going to establish this piece here. It's getting a lot of these wrinkles in it. All right, can you be mod? Sea turtle cannot retract its head under its shell as a land turtle can. Sea turtles have large upper eyelids that protect their eyes. Sea turtles do not have an external ear opening. Can you be a mod? I don't know, and that's a big responsibility. Yeah, you gotta tell me your plan as a mod. You gotta come up with your own. You gotta create come up with 3 ideals. I don't know if the better word. 3 ideals you'll live by if you want to be a mod. And I won't make you a permanent mod, but I'll let you here. Look, I'll let you be a mod. Actually, can I even do it from here? I don't think I could do it from this page. Let me see if I can. It's my phone. Oh, here we go. Let me see. I'll make you a mod right now if I can. I have to get into my... If I can get into this... If I can edit this channel from here, I'll see if I can do it. Make you a mod for an hour. Let's see... honestly, so the way I'm streaming is I'm on like a separate platform, so I don't think I can edit who. I'm trying to see. Yeah, it won't. Oh my goodness. This is a. All right, here we go. We're almost in. All right, so for the rest of this stream, I'm probably gonna be doing another hour edits. Even made a mod. So obviously, I hope you don't get too power hungry and start kicking people out for no reason. But yeah, I don't know. So mods can basically mute people or kick people out, or they can help establish and set some of the rules and stuff like that. They become the rulers of the stream. Now, I've always found mods to be kind of annoying, though, to be honest. I'm not saying, edits is annoying. I'm saying, like, when I used to go into people's streams and I see all the mods and I'm like, they're preventing a real conversation from happening because, like, there's probably some people that want to, like, talk about their stuff, but the mods, like, don't allow it sometimes. I don't know. I'm not usually the biggest fan of mods because I'll like try to like share stuff on Facebook and the mods will like prevent me from saying something because I'm promoting stuff. So I definitely don't mind if people promote things on my channel. And here we go. So I'll probably be streaming for another hour here if I'm going to get off. My goal was 6 hours today of streaming. I wonder if it tells me like all the changes that happen, that are going to happen. Like, hey, edits has kicked out Melanie Pacheco. I'm just kidding, don't do that, but like, it makes me wonder, like, if you did, if it would notify me, so I could keep in, like, for bigger channels, like, if you know what the mod is doing. All right, so here we go. All right, what are we doing? Still working in some of these shadows here. Get these knuckles. Get a little bit of the color around the outside here. Okay. So I think we're about done with step number 1. Or step number 2, I should say. And what I'm going to do, I actually want to create this as a blue shadow. So I'm going to add some blue into this. And here's a little update, everybody. There's a hand right there. So in my free time, besides drawing, work. I work in film and TV. Well, I guess that's not free time, right? So you said in my free time. What do I do in my free time? Watch TVs and movies, like things normal people do. Watch movies and TV. Draw, art. Play games sometimes. But yeah, I guess. Imagine if the real answer to in my free time all I do is work. That would suck, right? But no, when I have free time, I try to just hang out, work out, go exercise, go to the beach. But I will say the majority of my time is work and artwork. Work and artwork. Other than that, like go eat at different restaurants and stuff. So my family actually lives outside of California. So I live in California. My parents are on the East Coast. So I really don't hang out with them. And my girlfriend's out here, so I do stuff with her. But that also consists of, I guess a lot of my time is spent with her for free time. Going out to eat or watching TVs or movies or going out to places. But yeah, on the East Coast. Cool. All right. Oh, I said that word again. Gotta stop saying it. So I said I need to stop saying that word because I've used it so many times on this live stream that I'm getting sick of it. And what we're gonna do now, let's go over this. Yeah, so I'm in California. My parents are on the East Coast. Oh, cool. I said the word cool. Earlier I said if I say the word cool again, please tell me to stop saying that word because I've said it like 500 times in this live stream. And I was saying how I don't like to use the same words over and over. So Melanie, you haven't really shared much. I know a lot about a lot of different of my visitors. Like Edit's future world soccer star. The other person, I forget. Oh, I can't remember names off the top of my head. Night something. You were here with them earlier, but he's a 3D artist. So what do you do if you're in an interview right now How would you describe yourself as far as what you do? What are the top three things that consume your life? You're an aspiring filmmaker. Or future volleyball star, an Olympic athlete. Like to swim and go outside and enjoy nature. All right, that's great. I like to go outside and enjoy nature. Fantastic. Yeah, nature's a great place to be. Definitely. Great place to be. So what do you like? You like hike? Or do you go camping? I paint outdoors sometimes, but not often enough. So this is a green. I need to go in with like a darker blue. Where's that teal I just had? I think I was just using this color. I'm gonna go in and spend some time to darken . Working on some subtle details right now, so if I seem distracted, that's why, but there we go. Enjoy nature. Okay. And let's do another light blue for this. I'm gonna go with this shade of blue. Let's start filling this space in. What's my favorite thing to draw with? My favorite thing to draw with? And pencil crayons. Hold on one second. I gotta fill this. Let me just finish this color section here. My favorite thing to draw with is pen. I don't know why I had to like feel like I had to think about that, but yeah, my favorite thing to draw with is definitely pen. And yeah, so pen. I can't stand drawing with pencil. Pencil is just one of those things that, like, I don't know, it makes me cringe when I use it. And by cringe, I mean like when I'm using pencil, that sound. that sound of like pen scratching on paper, it's like no better or worse than that sound of like fingernails scraping across a chalkboard. It's like the same exact thing to me almost. And not only that, but I can feel it too. Like I feel like it doesn't even feel good to me to use pencil. Whereas pen, I like roller point pen because, you know, it's like all the stuff, the texture of it, it just comes off just nice and smooth. All right, edits, you take care. Take care, my moderator friend. All right, so for sketching, you use pencil. Yeah, I know, like, I don't even sketch with pencil. I just cannot get over the sensation and the sound of a pencil. Like, I just cannot do it for whatever reason. I just can't do it. I don't know. So what do you sketch? Tell us. I guess you're probably the only. So I do have someone on Twitch too, but so they probably won't see what you're saying. But what do you sketch? What do you like to sketch? What is the thing? Oh yeah, you said you like to draw outdoors, right? Is that what you said earlier? Can't remember. I think we were chatting and then you had to leave. You said you want to be able to draw nature, or was that somebody else? I think that was you. I like to draw nature. Right, okay, so anime and nature. And do you anime and nature because you enjoy it? That's the best reason to draw, right? Like, because you like it. That's the best reason to do anything, is because you like it. All right, so I got this blue. What kind of nails would stand out on blue? Let's go with purple. Yeah, an anime. I heard, I don't know, career-wise, what anime, if it's good or not. But I've heard that, like, if you're really good at anime, you pretty much have to be in Japan to do well at it, because that's where all of the companies are. So do you feel like there's anything that limits, like any personal obstacles that are limiting you from being able to do it at your best? I mean, do you even have a regular practice for your artwork? And are you here because you feel like you're looking for some ideas to get better, or you just want to connect with some other artists? That's cool too. I said that word again. Darn it. Stop saying that word. This is the definition of like reality TV is when you start sharing your every little thought. You draw them. When you have free time, you like to draw outside on your porch. You sound like just a natural artist. You know, it sounds like you just have a passion to just hang out and just, you know, do artwork for the sake of art. And I think that's awesome. Because not everyone's like that, you know. There's a lot of people that have certain expectations. You know, they want to be able to sell their work or, you know, whatever. And then it becomes less about just the enjoyment of it and more about the business after it. But anyways, yeah. Well, hey, next time, you know, look forward to chatting with you. And if you have any, you know, any like questions or thoughts or whatever, feel free to ask. You know, this one thing, there's like the technical part, right? But definitely, I'm always glad to help on like the mental, motivational part of it too. All right, cool. See you later. I'm probably only going to be here for another 45 minutes. But, you know, whenever you get back, we'll talk then. Take care. Thanks for jumping in. And let's go with this right now. We need some shadows. We need to tighten up these shadows along the bottom of this hand here. And right now I'm working on just softening some of these shadows. And there we go. So curve this around. Whew. Well, so far I've got this hand right here, but I'm trying to find a good way to really unify this hand and to help create the subtle edge transitions. So where I think what needs to be done here, I think I need to go with like a darker upper row on the hand. So allow the shadows to kind of just permeate over. There we go, just some nice shadows and comes across. I'm going to get another nice shadow around the edge of the finger here. And here we go. So pushing pushing the edges of the different parts of the hand to create different shadow areas. Let's bring in a dark green. I'm gonna go like so. So let's see here. All right. And since this is a combination of red and blue, let's go ahead and just make this red, blue, and yellow. And I'm going to use this like mac and cheese yellow. What do they call this? They just call this deep yellow. Yeah, so we're going to use this I call it a mac and cheese yellow. And going around to fill in this space here. And one more thing we got to do. I want to go in and add something just to make the hand just pop, parts of the hand just pop just a little bit more. So we're going to go in here with like a light green, just to create a color separation. Let's go one more. So we're gonna go with a little bit of orange on the inside. All right, Melanie, welcome back. Wow, that was a quick 20 minutes, huh? So what would you say some of your creative challenges are? Your art, the thing that really stops you from going all out on things you like to do, your artwork or not. Seven minutes, yeah. We're gonna go All right, here we go. Hand number, let's see, work. Yeah, I know. It's like, work always takes up everything. But hand number 2, first few different hands. But anyway, fun, challenging hands. Fun, challenging looking hands. Whew. Been going for 5.5 hours almost. So I think I got time for like, I have the energy for like one more good one. Hey, so do you get to do creative work? Like, is your gig a creative one? Your full-time gig? Hey, thanks. Yeah, so a few different designs. The real challenge here was really trying to get the shadows without making the shadows look too clunky. And like making them nice and soft, which I still feel like there's a little bit too hard of an edge around right here, but maybe now that I'm saying that, I feel like there's got to be a way to like soften that a bit. Let's try it. Let's try to soften that just a little bit. I'm gonna go with this light blue here. All right, I think that did the trick. Just a little bit of a softener and blending. But yeah, thanks. Let's see how big this is. I think we've got enough space for at least this fist. So you were asking about drawing earlier. What do you feel like your besides, so work prevents you from having the time to be able to do the practice and everything. But when you're drawing, when you're seeing things, when you're trying to translate what you're seeing into an idea or onto paper, do you feel like there's certain things that you're not getting? Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's really hard to be able to give valuable thoughts without really like seeing or knowing what you're working with. But this, by the way, awesome book to learn. So, by the way, Vincent van Gogh had supposedly gone through this book like 3 times himself. And interesting enough, the company Goupil AC, which is Goupil and C or whatever, and others, was Vincent van Gogh's family's company, and they were one of the first publishers of the original version of this book. Oh, so you're trying to draw things from memory. Is that what you're saying? Because that's a challenge for anybody. Yeah, by the way, so the original name of this book, don't look up, you don't necessarily need to look up the name of this book. You can actually, by the way, you can actually find it, a free version online, because this is a reprint. So this is from Amazon, and it's a reprint of the original, which Cours de Dessin, so COURSDEDISSINS is the original name of the book, and it's by a guy. I would look up the book, drawing book by Charles Bargue. So Charles and then Bargue. I got this from Amazon because I like the physical version. So if you like the physical version, this is a great choice. But I do want to share this because it's worth it to know that this is a reprint, and it's totally optional for people that really, like myself, that really need a physical thing in front of them. But the original version, I think, of the book you could find online because it's from like over 100 years ago. And it's just by Charles Bargue, drawing course. And there's a couple different versions of the book. You don't have to buy this one, but I do have a link to this one in my Amazon. I'm an Amazon affiliate, so you know I can earn commissions from that. So if you do decide to get this one, you know you could go through there. But I would check out the various versions they have, and you know find the one that actually works for you. This one just happened to, you know, I don't like to have a computer screen because I always feel like what I can see on a computer is going to, it's like different, right? Because it's like computer graphics. So I just like having like a physical copy. Nice physical copy, like right in front of me. Just the way I like to learn. So my favorite things to draw, I really love drawing, you know, just drawing out in public, like drawing just people as they're interacting in an environment, you know. I really love to draw like fast pace because like things are constantly moving. I don't usually like to, you know, sit and draw models for whatever reason. That's not my favorite thing. I really love to just like capture people as they're going out about their day, sitting, you know, at the beach, just drawing people at a beach, sitting at an airport. I love drawing at airports. Excuse me. One of my favorite places to draw is at an airport. I think I was sharing some sketches earlier from an airport. Yeah, I love to draw people. I also, you know, one thing that I also like to draw nature-wise is flowers. Flowers are so fascinating to draw because like it's one of those things where if you just make the effort to like study it and then you draw it, like you can make such beautiful drawings simply because it's a flower. Like, you know, if you just, yeah, I don't know, flowers just turn out, whenever you draw a flower, it's like, whoa, that looks really good and beautiful just because it's the sole idea is that it's a flower. They just have that effect. Yeah, trees. So you like some trees with big mountains. Yeah, I like to draw a good tree too. I don't have it anymore. I actually gave it away, but one of my favorite things one of my favorite things that I drew was just a bush. This sounds really silly, but so I was just sitting there and there's this long, like, I don't know if you can imagine, but it's a long, just like hedge bush, like it's rectangular. Very simple. Just imagine a big rectangular bush. And, you know, I spent the effort initially to draw out, like, you know, the shapes of the leaves. And then, you know, I started to get a little less as I moved further out. But it was a very detailed bush, I think. And I was actually very happy about it because, you know, like, I just drew out the shapes. And as I started to become less and less detailed, just created, like, this really nice looking bush. So I guess if you find drawing bushes boring, that might sound weird, but I was just happy with the bush that I drew. Sounds silly, but yeah, as far as drawing nature goes, sometimes it's the simple things that you like the most. Oh, so I gave it away because I was working. So I actually drew it on a job that I had, and I was just giving it as a gift to somebody who really liked it, who also helped me to get the job. So it was just a gift. Like, I don't usually give away my drawings, but in this case, it was just a nice little thank you for helping and all that. Yeah, I don't usually just give my artwork away, but sometimes find a good reason to do so. Ooh, wow, thank you. These are some very powerful questions. Yeah, what are my goals as an artist? I want to be a live streaming artist, which I'm already doing, so I'm already achieving that goal. But yeah, I guess create things to the best of my experience, to share an experience, to make things that matter. I guess it all matters, right? But I want to make things that something that stands the test of time. Very lofty goals, you know what I mean? Be a more actively working professional artist. Get a good gallery. Get into some good galleries, things like that. Create some interesting paintings. Inspire people. Do interesting things. Yeah, I think my list can just keep going, I just go and go. Oof, open my own gallery. Yeah, I've thought about that. It could be tough though in Los Angeles because everything is so expensive. So I really just gotta but also here's the other thing is, I do a lot of these, but I think it's harder to sell these, right? It's just on paper. So eventually I gotta come up with I'm gonna take some ideas from Basquiat, Jean-Michel Basquiat, and turn these all into some sort of collage. So I do have a plan for these pieces, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, those are definitely some challenges, but I think as I continue on, you know, I just want to continue selling paintings. I was actually supposed to go to the beach and set up a stand to sell the paintings today, but it was a little cloudy this morning, and I was like, you know what, I really need to take some time to actually draw because I've been slacking this past week. And I think what really helps my art practice, by the way, is because I stream, I feel like the pressure of making something is a little bit off, in the sense of and it's taking me I'm trying to figure out how to word this. So it's like, because my goal is to do a lot of YouTube streaming and be like a live streaming artist, I feel like I get to do fun stuff like this just for the sake of doing it, for the sake of learning, versus, you know, if I was just painting for the sake of selling, as opposed to also, you know, live streaming, I would feel more pressure. You know what I mean? Whereas I now have the opportunity to be able to create the art, but also to be able to have like alternative avenues of expressing things. I haven't really thought out exactly how to word this, but I'm sure. Let me see if I can summarize better again. Yeah, I guess I just get to do like fun things like this, you know. Because I'm able to live stream, I don't feel like I have to do all these gallery shows, even though I probably will at some point. You know, there's less of a pressure to feel like I have to stick to the traditional art route. Oh yeah, I guess that's a good way to phrase it. I don't know why that took me so long to say, but you know, going a non-traditional route, you know, if I didn't have live streaming, I would probably feel like I have to like contact these galleries. I feel the pressure to like, you know, talk to these curators. I have to like go schmooze and things like that. But because I've found live streaming, although I probably should be doing those things, and I do, I don't feel as pressured to, which helps open me up to doing art in my own way. And there we have it. Yeah, I think I have my answer. So thank you for asking that question, because if I ever have to answer it again, I think I'll have a better, well formulated answer to that question. Whew, that's a little stressful to answer, because I'm like, you know, I'm live streaming. I gotta, you know, sound smart like an artist who knows what he's talking about. But here we go. All right, let's get back to this piece. I gotta go like this, and this piece is we're gonna go take this off the page. I'm actually gonna cut this off, and we're gonna go So yeah, this is definitely all part of it, this live streaming. Fortunately. But maybe, you know, the fact that I'm live streaming, if I was to start spending more time pitching to galleries, I'd probably, you know, have a different type of work. I don't know. So how long have I been drawing for? Yeah, so I started actually like serious artistic practice about 4 or 5 years ago. Going on 5 years ago. But, you know, we all draw as kids, right? I was drawing a lot as a kid. I would draw on my shoes. I would draw on desks. I would draw on walls. I mean, what kid didn't draw on a wall, right? So here we go. I'm on the next phase of this piece right now. And what I think I'm going to do, so I'm going to go with a dark blue here. You would draw outside on the driveway with chalk as a kid. Yeah, you know, I never had that opportunity. My parents didn't like me drawing on the sidewalk. I actually drew on, like, the walls of businesses. And not even, like, spray paint. I wasn't, like, a graffiti artist. But like, I would go with a pencil and just draw on walls with a pencil. So it was just, like, these big pencil drawings on walls. But it would be like on the back, like I would go to like the back alley of a business and I would draw there. I don't know why I did, and I don't recommend it because first of all, pencil is terrible on a wall surface. And second, depending on where you are, I don't know what kind of trouble you get into, but I definitely went to some weird places. So anyway, alright, let's see where we're at right now. I got to work in these areas of the wrist here. So let's darken this piece. And yeah, so it sounds like you got start on a driveway. That's great. When did you decide to get into a serious art practice? I mean, you know, by serious, I mean, a hobby could still be serious. But, you know, I think as an adult, we start to think, okay, well, I can do something. You know, I can do some studies or I can improve for the sake of improving, as opposed to kids are probably just like, oh, I just want to, you know, try this out. I just want to have some fun. When would you say you got into a serious practice? It doesn't necessarily mean you had to have been an adult before you started. Maybe, you know, as a kid you were just interested in drawing and you actually took it seriously. I don't know. Oh, nice. So probably about the same time as me, around like COVID, right? That's pretty much when I started, either around COVID time. Like just before COVID, I had started to just like be out and about drawing, but I think I'd dedicated much more time as COVID progressed. And when I actually started to get serious about digital art around COVID time, I went to a online digital art school. Oh wait, no, I'm missing some ideas here. So let's go like this. during pandemic because there was. Yeah, no, I totally get it. There's lots of. I don't know how serious lockdown was for you, but in California, it was pretty serious for like a good 2 months. In California, Los Angeles, yeah, it was really serious for like a good 2 months when I was outside at my park right around my neighborhood. And there was one day I remember that they actually came and kicked people out of the park. So we were like, there was regularly people there, but one day they just decided that nobody would be allowed. This is what, like the first couple weeks of lockdown. Oh, so you're in Canada. All right, cool. Yeah, I think I heard Canada was pretty serious about their lockdown, no? Honestly, I heard some scary things about Canada. Like, Canada was like upset that some Americans were trying to cross the border, so they were doing things like smashing American cars. I don't know if that's actually the case, but that's what I heard. That Canadians were not very much fans of Americans over COVID. I was like, Canada? Really? How can that be? Canada's like supposedly got some of the nicest people on the planet, and they're not happy with Americans? What? How can anybody not be happy with Americans? That's outrageous. And here we go. So I will share a little bit of an update in a little bit in just a few moments here. I usually have like a I switch up my live streams. So sometimes my live streams will be like portrait or landscape mode and like on top of the drawings. And then sometimes, depending on the day, I'll do my live streams more like this, where I feel like I get more interactivity this way. Get the opportunity to really chat with people. So I sell my pieces. I sell my pieces on. Right now, I have a bunch of paintings up on my Redbubble website. So Huzzah Creative, Huzza Creative. So huzzahcreative.redbubble.com, Huzza Creative. So I have a bunch of them as prints. but I also have sold a few of my paintings. So this is obviously art that hasn't sold, but I've been looking for a platform to sell them, but I've just been too lazy to get all of the photos of all of the pieces and re-upload them all again, right? So I uploaded over 100 of my art pieces onto Redbubble. But here's the thing, I want to say this up ahead of time. Redbubble has not been a good experience for me. So, I spent all that time to upload there, and I didn't like it, and it has a lot of features that are missing. So I kind of lost motivation uploading. Like, it just felt like it was a total waste of time. But, working on getting myself back into the momentum of uploading onto like eBay for selling the full paintings, and then uploading back onto, I'm going to use a website called Printful for print on demand. So I'm hoping that my expectation is that that'll be better, and I don't make the same mistake again of going with the wrong platform. But yeah, when you put that much time into something, and there's like a setback, you kind of get very disappointed. So let's go with the red here. I like to put your good pieces in a canvas and hang it in your room. Yeah, that's a really good idea too. I have a couple paintings hung up over down there, not on this wall. But these are still pieces that I need to just frame. I need to just put them in a frame. But I just have not. No excuses. I'm like frustrated with myself because I have no excuses to not have them in a frame yet. Except for the fact that I just haven't taken the time to do so. So I can't really see, obviously, but I would really like to know what some of your favorite pieces are. Can you describe them? Like, what are some of the pieces, I don't know if you have them on Instagram. Yeah, if I could find your work on Instagram, I'll definitely follow you and take a look at it. At some point. Okay. Good old classic anime characters. There we go. Okay. So let's see, his name is anime character. His name is Kaido with lots of tattoos and can turn into a dragon. He's a big mace with spikes, long black hair. He's also one of the bad guys in the show. All right, so is that like your favorite? Did you say it's your favorite character? I don't think you said it's your favorite character. You didn't say it was your favorite character. Is that your favorite character? The villain? Sounds like a villain. Yeah, you said bad guys, so villains. You like villains, huh? So I seem to be spending a little bit more time on this piece than I have with the other ones. It's also a big one, a giant. Yes. So what makes him a good villain? What do you feel makes this character such a compelling villain to watch? I will look him up though, Kaido, Kaido. So here's a little update. Working on this hand on the top here. Where my thumb is. And right now I'm trying to decide what color needs to go inside this hand. We're gonna go for a green. Let's see what we can do with a green. Worked with this neon before, this like neon green. Actually, I'm going to use a different green. Cool and detailed. Yeah, alright. I like a good anime villain. My favorite characters in anime was Vegeta. Although he's not a villain. I mean, you know, he was a villain at first, but he's a villain with a heart of gold. He's just such an interesting and compelling character because, you know, he was so driven. I mean, I don't know if you know that anime. It might not be your style. I never saw One Piece. But anime is like, you know, I love seeing the people that I see have like the most followers on TikTok that draw are usually anime or manga artists that draw their process. I think most other art, you know, people don't usually get right away. But manga just happens to be one of those things that speaks to so many people so quickly, so easily. Just like if you're portrait drawing like a celebrity or something. It's like people can instantly relate. The strongest creature with big horns like a dragon. So is he like overpowered? Is he the strongest creature because he's like overpowered? I mean, you don't have to tell me about it. I can't look it up right now, so I figured I'd just ask and talk about it. I like hearing people's perspective on things. Like, I know there's this like philosophy nowadays of like, don't ask questions don't ask questions about anything you can Google. And I think this would be one of those cases. But, you know, where I think that advice is kind of dumb is like, you know, there's obviously some value in hearing other people's opinions and knowing how other people interpret things such as this, like characters. You know, how do other people describe these things, you know? I think that's helpful to know. I find value in that and hearing people's opinions. I guess people that say that are like, no, you know, don't ask questions you Google, are just really not curious about how other people think. But I guess in a workspace, you know, in a professional environment, people's time is really valuable. So having somebody constantly ask you the same questions at work can be annoying. But I definitely think, you know, especially this situation, getting the opinion is of utmost importance. Luffy. It's Luffy, right? Not Luffy, Luffy. That's the main character, is Luffy. Alright, so here I go. I'm going to go in now with a darker blue on top of this lower blue layer. And we're just going to start to fill in the shadows a little bit better. Just had this interesting thought that this hand that I'm drawing, although I'm pretty sure it could be based on a statue's hand. If it's based on it looks like it's probably based on a person's hand that was holding something, just because of these like fine details in the wrist wrinkles. I feel like it's interesting to think that this person is the model for this is dead, but you know, their idea, the physical creation of their hand is still alive. physical idea of their hand lives on in this book, this little book. Let's go like this. And here we go, push this up around. And here we go. So creating these shadows, really tightening them and making them nice and dark. And let's go into this other hand. It's supposed to help give this some more shape here. It's one thing we got to do, round this out a bit. And let's get this other dark space. And we're gonna get a little update here in a few moments, but right now I just gotta tighten up this piece right here. Let's bring in a little bit of yellow to make this pop. So we're going to bring our yellow in to color in the nails. There we go. All right, that works. Bring in the yellow to make these nails pop. And a little bit of yellow to push the blue around. Yeah, Melanie, thanks so much. I really do appreciate that, and I hope to hear more about your work. You know, I really believe that this is one of the best times. You know, today, one of the greatest days in the human history to be an artist, because there's so many opportunities around. Red, orange, yellow, green. Red and green are opposites, so I want to go around with the yellow. Red and green, yellow, red, orange. Let's go with an orange. Yeah, there's so many ways that, you know, artists can thrive nowadays that aren't dependent on old routes, right? Like, although, you know, there's still standards of success and like how to do really well, like getting into galleries and all those things. You know, I think social media is definitely creating new avenues for artists to win. And the only thing is, you just got to be willing to put yourself out there, you know? Yeah, I'm almost finished. I'm also almost finished with this stream. I was supposed to finish about 15 minutes ago, but I got so caught up in this piece that that I'm actually, once I finish this, I'll be done. But I'm just filling it around the outside, and I might make some finishing touches on the inside. But yeah, we're pretty much almost finished here. And you know what? Happy to share some of our results. Because that's what everybody wants when you do art, right? Is results. So here it is, just a bright green hand. But here's the thing is, I don't think I'm done yet. I'm gonna go and I still want to put some things in here. I still want to add something, but I don't know what yet. I want to add some color. Maybe let me go with the yellow, light yellow on green. Or light blue on green. Let's try that. Let's go with a light blue on green. Just to create some roundness here. All right, thanks. I admit some of it has to do with the colors of the oil pastels. Like, I know with painting, it's really hard to achieve these colors if you mix them all yourself. It is really hard to achieve these colors if you mix them all yourself. So you usually have to buy the colors individually, and then it's like, you know, you have all this paint left over unless you plan to use it all, you know? And I want to do something to make these shadows pop a little bit too. So what I'm going to do here with the shadows is I'm going to go in with a little bit of purple. Just give it like a little swirl. Just to help make the colors pop a little bit here. So that it's not like so flat, you know? 'Cause that could be boring. I think there was some artist that once said his one advice for creating art is don't make boring art. That was their only advice, is don't make boring art. And obviously that's subjective or whatever you want to call it. But I think at some level we can all kind of guess, like, you know, what art bores us? What art stimulates the mind? And here we go. So I did a little bit to try to make it pop a little bit. I added some texture to it. Or not texture, but just added some other colors. And I think, you know, up close, it's unusual, but I think up from far away, it kind of starts to add a bit more bit more of an interesting character and effect, but up close, you know, different effects, different designs, interesting things. Yeah. So, thank you so much, Melanie. Wow, I am so glad and grateful for you to be able to be here and share in some of the success with me. So, I'm actually going to get out of here, though. Been streaming for 6 hours and 20 minutes. I need a little bit of a break. Alperin Lukunku. You want to see my best pieces? Here, I'll share with you some of my best pieces before I get out of here. I want to wash my hands real quick. So I'll be right back. Give me a minute. All right, so Alperen Lukunku. All right, I am back. This is one of my favorite pieces, but I definitely can't take credit for the design because this is based on Vincent van Gogh's drawings. So at one point, he had made a bunch of horizontal drawings, like long ways horizontal, and I decided to take them and make paintings of them. So I just decided to go and take the overall design that he made and make paintings of them. So I would say this is probably one of my best, honestly. This is one of my best. And I say it's one of my best because I really, I feel like I really nailed some of the textures and the color schemes and the overall design of it to be very post-expressionist. So Melanie, my next stream, probably sometime tomorrow afternoon. I don't usually stream this early. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 3:38 p.m.
Yeah, usually I start my streams around 2 p.m. Pacific time. So usually I start my stream around 2 Pacific time, but today I started really early, which you know, like 9 a.m. This one took me, I mean, total time, maybe like 15 hours, but it was done over a period of like 6 days, I think. So, here's one. And this is actually one of my favorite pieces. And I was talking about this a little earlier. This one took about 20 minutes, maybe half hour. But here's the thing, when it comes to paintings like this, is that it's not the actual process that takes a long time. It's the actual, like, long-term thought. You know, like, just having ideas brewing in your mind until you finally say, hey, I'm going to try this style. And that could take, like, weeks. You know, it might be, like, a couple weeks before I'm like, oh, let me try something abstract like this and play with this idea. So, good for something that good. Yeah, I mean, you know, everybody takes however long it takes, right? Like, you shouldn't judge an art piece by how long it takes, honestly. Yeah, some of the best art takes just, it might seem simple, but it can take an artist like 20 years to finally get to that idea. It might take, or it might just come to them in an instant. It all varies. So, I'm definitely a believer that you shouldn't judge art by how long it would actually take a person to copy it. Let's see, what else? What have I not shown yet? Most of the stuff I've shown. This is probably one of my most popular pieces. I've sold prints of this, but it gets the most engagements on social media. But you know, it's a flower painting, pretty standard. But everyone gets flowers, you know, like no one's ever confused by paintings or drawings of flowers. And when people get it, they just like it. It's like a natural affinity. I actually did this piece. Somebody told me that it was very Dali-esque, like Salvador Dali-esque. Yeah, it's on my shirt. So this is a still life I did, but I decided to try to make it kind of like more surreal. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Alperin. But you know what? Judge away. You can judge. I definitely don't mind a good judge. Here's another piece I had fun with. So this is actually based on another one of Vincent van Gogh's drawings called Sorrow. But you know, I made it my own. All of this was pretty empty. He didn't do, you know, in his drawing, he didn't put all this stuff in the background. But I kind of just added my own colors and my tones for this figure that he had. You know, it's a woman sitting on a log. So this is actually one of my favorite pieces. I really enjoyed this because it really pushed me to explore colors across the body. Again, based on a Vincent van Gogh drawing. I'm trying to find some more of some other works. Here's two other pieces I enjoyed. So these are also, so here's some more. Great Goat Superficial, what's going on? Hello, welcome. Here's some two portraits based on Vincent van Gogh's portrait. Thank you, Goat. I'm actually about to sign off. I've been streaming for the past 6.5 hours almost. But just showing some paintings. And this is another one. So I took a bunch of Vincent van Gogh's characters, people that he drew, and I compiled them into their own painting. And I actually put Vincent van Gogh in the background too. So the story is that Vincent van Gogh would often stand across from this bakery. So there's this famous bakery in a lot of his drawings. And Vincent van Gogh stood across on the other side of the bakery. I actually have another painting of it that I drew of his bakeries. So let me see if I can find that. Okay. So here's the example. So Vincent van Gogh used to actually, so this is based on another Vincent van Gogh drawing. And basically it's a bakery. He used to stand across the street and just draw the people in front of this bakery. So this is actually based on one of his drawings, but I decided with this piece, because this is based on his characters, so I took a few of his characters and was like, what was the inside of that bakery like? He never drew inside the bakery. So I decided to make up this story of, you know, a couple of his characters standing around inside the bakery and what it might have looked like inside. And, you know, I imagined that he was standing across here, and you could see him through the window of the bakery doing his little sketch And people used to like throw rocks at him. They used to like spit on him and make fun of him. Back when he was an artist in I guess in Holland or whatever, wherever he was. But yeah, all right. So Gogh, thanks so much for sharing about my art. I'm actually about to head out of here. Thank you, Melanie. Thanks to everybody that was here. But I'll be back another time. It's been 6.5 hours and I need a little break. It's great to entertain all of you though. Great to have you all here and share some of this creative effort with you. So take care and have a very wonderful creative week.